Hello, I'm Eagle. Eagle Gardens. Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. This is fucking talking shit with Eagle. Episode 217. Pretty much a rabbit hole. Just check it in. Saying hello. Hanging out. Why not? Why not? See who wants to hang out. CJ Apple. Always a pleasure, my friend. Always a pleasure. Rolling up some garlic punch. It's pretty tasty garlic punch, too. Kazoo! Sun-grown. Automation is freedom. What's going on, guys? Ah, a little crack in the neck. Be too crazy for you. What's going on? Miss these nugs. What's going on, guys? What are you guys smoking on? How was your weekend? I want to know. I want to know. Of course, listening to a little bit of Clutch, Electric Worry. Rolling up this garlic punch. See lots of hellos, but I don't see what you're smoking on. What are you guys ready to smoke on? Any Clutch fans out there? I bet you there is. Boy, what's up? Bang, bang, bang. Smoking the blueberry muffins. Man, that sounds pretty good. Pretty good. Man, it should be water. It should be water. Some Cocoa Puffs. Hell on Wheels. That sounds like a fucking killer name for a strain right there. Hell on Wheels. Hell on Wheels. Never seen the show. Smoke on this joint. Do a dance, man. That damn ring. Kazoo. Sun-grown 707. Thank you both very, very much, man. That thing had me. This thing. Slide it back over here. Had me tore up yesterday when I checked out. Eyes bigger that man. My eyes look about as red as that Clio riding behind me. Forget how the camera is. Dave's not here. What's up? What is up? Yo there. What's going on, guys?
What's
What
up?
you guys doing today?
Hey, man.
What's your guys' day?
It's going all right.
Little homemade gummy action.
Nice, man. I like how firm they look. Oh, yeah. Those are awesome.
Ah.
I gotta try making some of those.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, dude. It's the recipe for coconut oil gummies off of magicalbutter.com. So
You said magic butter?
magical.
Magical butter.
What up, Jack?
Hey, Jack.
Not much. I got an early morning tomorrow, but when I initially saw Eagle on, it looked like it was just Eagle. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna jump in and I'll smoke at least a bowl. And wait for the Puffco to charge up a little bit and take a final dab before I go to bed.
I think we all said the same thing. He can't hang out by himself.
Appreciate that, guys. I really do.
I remember you said that you had no guests tonight, so when I saw you went live, I was like, hey, I'll jump in there. The wife just laid down literally like 5 minutes ago, so timing was right for me to be able to jump in and smoke one with you. I'm glad to hear that you've been enjoying the J1, man. That makes me happy, even if it's not pine, like straight pine, like it has been in my buddy's room. It just makes me happy that you enjoy the smoke, you know, because I think it's a nice plant. It grows well and it's good smoke, so good stuff.
So that's Jack times Skunk One, correct?
That's correct. Jack Herrera Skunk One.
I'm guessing what the side that I'm getting currently is more the Jack side that I'm picking up on.
Yeah.
And either way, it's good. It's good.
I've always liked Jack when I found it.
Me too.
Count
It's
me
like a
out.
creative high.
Jack doesn't like me for some reason.
I like the structure of it. That was the one thing that really impressed me. That's why I took as many cuts when I did. I let her veg up just enough time to, you know, just dissect her really nicely and then put her ahead. That's why she looked almost as gimpy as she did, because I had already, you know, went heavy-handed. She didn't look gimpy. I should take that back. She just didn't have the structure that she could have had. You know what I'm saying? A lot of her branches just went to the cloner instead of, you know. She just said she wanted to be here, so I made sure she was going to stay.
I'm glad you did.
I like it when the plants say that. They're like, hey, I'm comfortable here. Could you keep me around a little while? And you're like, I got you.
That one overcame some adversity and shipment.
A little bit.
A 2-day turned to 12-day.
Still made it kick in nicely. But what I liked, one of the things that struck me about her was we were talking about bonsai plants the other night. And she looked like a bonsai plant in structure. I mean, she was just she had such nice structure to her. And I was like, oh yeah, I really want to keep this one. She looked so pretty in structure. You could tell by looking at her that she had something nice to offer. So that's, yeah.
I'm glad that
really
it's
impressed.
Glad it's working out. I'm smoking on some grape pie right now. Grape pie is another good cut. Doesn't get too much love lately, but I think that it's still good. Good smoke.
Not to mention to make that, you know, long 12-day trip.
That
says something about durability right there.
And a good pack job. I got to pat myself on the back for that one, because if I would have
What do you?
Packed it.
Have you smoked today, Cass?
I just took
Sure.
just took my first hit a second ago, and I killed the bull with it. So I didn't bring the ashtray with me, so I gotta make another trip for the ashtray. But I'm
See if
smoking
Bigo
on-
will be quiet.
I didn't even
smoking
realize.
on-
Go ahead. Sorry, cut you off.
Oh, I don't know how well you can see it. The lighting's all weird, but it's
Thanks.
Fruity Pebble OG.
Where'd you get the Fruity Pebble OG from, or who, I should say?
Trying to remember. You're like the fifth person that's asked me that, and I'm trying to remember still.
That's all good.
I might have got it from a nursery guy that I was messing with for a while out of Cali.
Nice. I just realized my dab that I've got loaded in the Puffco is grape pie, and I'm also smoking grape pie flower. I like totally unintentional. I loaded the dab and then realized the Puffco was dead, so I had to plug it in. And now I'm smoking some flower that I had ground up earlier. So
There's a good
Yep.
chance it was deeply rooted nursery.
okay,
There's a pretty good chance.
cool. You said it's got that Fruity Pebble cereal milk smell.
Man, yeah, I wouldn't have kept it if it didn't.
Now, what's interesting is Fruity Pebbles has changed its flavor from this like 70s to the 80s, 80s to the 90s, and 90s till now. There's been like 3 different recipes.
Well,
So depending on when you had grown up with Fruity Pebbles, if you ate them as a kid, you might be looking at different flavor profiles. But
Yeah, they
That being
definitely
said-
don't taste the same as they used to.
I would be
they
talking
literally don't. Yeah.
like
Nothing does.
early 90s sort of flavor profile. I haven't had them in probably 20 years.
So that's what I'm looking for. I love that terp profile. I've never actually had the cut. I've only smoked the flower when I was on vacation.
It's got a little gas behind it too,
I think that's why it's called Fruity Pebbles OG.
though. Yeah,
I don't know if there's actually OG in the lineage, but I think they call it OG because it's got a little gas.
I got the same thing out of Exotic Genetics mint chocolate chip. Although the F2s that Exotic Mike offered were a little more gassy. He really pulled that gas out, made it kind of a 50-50 instead of the gas just being like a back note, side note, whatever you want to call it. But I'm pretty excited for that project. I got F1s out of an auction, so they weren't his selection. They were just that same cross. So
I'm still waiting for Alien, who actually bred it originally, to release. I signed up for their email list for whenever they drop. I would have paid literally anything. They could have said $1,000 for a 10-pack, and I would have fucking done it. But they never ended up releasing the seed packs. They're like, sign up for our mailing list. We're gonna release the Fruity Pebbles from seed. And then like I just went back and checked that post. They deleted all that shit. I had it bookmarked. They deleted all the stuff about seeds, and they just wrote like, here's Fruity Pebbles OG or whatever, and like took all the other information away. I was pretty bummed on that.
I took those F1s I got. They were more Fruity Pebbles than gas and made a bunch of F2s. So now I'm going to go digging through the F2s and try to find some pollen to put on this Fruity Pebble OG and see what happens. The same on the same should kind of make the same, but
I like that Fruity Pebbles because, at least for me at the time I tried it, it not only had an insane smell and flavor, but the high was incredible. It was very strong and just an enjoyable high.
yeah, it's nice. I like it. I'm going to try to keep her around for a while.
How many of the F2 seeds would you say you got?
Oh, plenty. Couple hundred maybe.
Nice. I finally got a guy who has grown my F2s that I just made the Velvet Punch out, and he hit me up for a second batch. So I gave him some more. I was like, there's plenty more where that came from, buddy. If you like them and you want to keep growing them and sending me beautiful pictures, then I'm more than happy to fucking send you some more seeds.
That's awesome,
It's
man.
the least I can do.
Go live the other night and show you. There's yours right there. What?
Looking good.
It's always
Congratulations.
Them front four right there. Them are all the J2 or number 2. That's Velvet Punch. That's what you're calling that. I actually
Yeah, Velvet-
just got
they're Velvet
the
Punch
tags on
F2s.
it. Just say Jack number 2.
So number 2 was the mom that the plant. I had 4 females of Velvet Punch F1 that I pollinated with the male who I called number 5. Because of the 5 seeds that I popped, I had 4 females, 1 male. The male was an absolute stud. And I didn't keep him just because I happened to get the 1 male that round. I've gone through 17 males that I rejected before I found that 1 male that I used. So of a bunch of different varieties. And none of the males I grew in the past had the structure or the frost or the color or vigorous growth. Like, this guy was a beast from the start, and he needed to be bred with. I made the mistake of not breeding with my buddy Doja DNA's gear the first time I grew it. He called it Spike Punch. I called it Jack Spike Punch because he wrote that on the bag. And for me, it was Jack Spike Punch. And this other cross that he made, Velvet Punch, I was like, the dude's last stuff was so good, and I grew out a bunch of males, and I flowered them. Didn't even use the pollen. I literally just flowered them out to see if I could use that space to grow males. But none of those males stood out. But this male that I kept from the Velvet Punch was absolutely beautiful. So I'm excited. He passed on some of the grape Jolly Rancher kind of flavor that I was looking for, and purple coloring, beautiful buds. It's just an awesome plant. I'm gonna try an F3, F4, however far.
These are F2s that Eagle's showing us?
I think that's what Eagle was showing, is the F2s, and also the J1, which is an F1. Oh, there we go.
Quite a variation in the leaflet structure on all the ones you showed us so far.
Being F2, yeah, there's definitely going to be, it's an F2 it's not a true F2.
Right.
It's an F2 of a polyhybrid, which means you're going to start seeing all sorts of grandparent genetics. So the Velvet Punch is, Purple Punch was the mom that got pollinated by Cookie number 7, which is a cross from my buddy vegan_Doja. He goes by Doja, DOJA, DNA on Instagram. Cookie 7 is Thin Mint Girl Scout cookie crossed with Black Velvet Kush crossed with OG Kush. And that was what the male was that hit Purple Punch. And those seeds, the F1, were Velvet Punch. I grew those out, and instantly, early in flower, I knew I had 3 females that I planned to keep as Sensi, unpollinated, because I was like, oh, these are beautiful. I pulled the 4th one aside, and I'm like, I'm going to pollinate this in a separate area with the male. And the male just was such a stud when I collected the pollen. He fucking threw it around, and it sucked into the intake and pollinated the ladies, the Sensi crop too. So everything I had got seeded, all 4 females. And it ended up being a blessing because the bud actually still smoked good. If you de-seeded it, it was really good smoke. Some of my best looking flower I've ever grown. If you go on my Instagram, they're the best looking plants I've ever grown despite being fully seeded. I got 1,000 seeds from 4 plants in 5 square feet, a 3x1.5 tent. But yeah, everyone's having really good germination rates. There's some variation in structure and growth, which I'm not expected or not surprised by F2, but just really happy overall. I mean, for my first serious seed production that I ever did, I'm pretty happy with it. So the testers know all the pertinent information, and I'll stop jabbering.
I love it. I wish all seeds came like that.
I gave a full breakdown.
did too. I was showing it off the other night when I was talking about it.
It's like some people have like not even read it.
Cool. Me and Ty were talking about it that night. I was like, I said, "You get one?" He's like, he texted it to me or sent me a copy. I didn't get a physical copy. He said, I was all cheesy.
I even wrote Eagle on yours. Here's the only one that I wrote anything other than like number 1, 2, 3, or 4 on the paper. Then I had like a full write up of what everything was, but I wrote Eagle because Eagle's like, I always love, even if it's scribbled on there when they fucking write my name on the seed pack, it always makes me more like incentivized to pop it. And like, you know, it feels like it's really for me. And like it was, you know, I fucking went through and handpicked each one of those seeds, packed it into the vial, and I picked my favorite of the 4 plants. Number 2 was my favorite one. It was the best looking, best producer, best structure. So I was like, if I'm gonna send them seeds, it's gonna be from the best one. That's like in the old Afghan ways when they made hash, they'd smoke all the shit, they'd dry sift it all, but they'd plant the seeds from the very best plant the next season, or the best plants, plural. They would take like their top 10 favorites, be like, these are the fucking ones we're going with moving forward. So I wanted to send you the best of the best of what I got, even if it's still early testing, experimental phase.
So, Green Bicycles in the chat. Thanks for joining us, Pat. Hope you're having a good night, sir.
Cheers, Pat.
He's gonna be coming on. I was just actually 2 seconds ago sending him a text on trying to nail down the day, but
awesome.
We were talking.
Awesome. Good deal. That makes me happy.
I was just hounding him a couple days ago when he was having a live. It was Friday to get a hold of you.
Eagle, you've got some Q-tips coming your way too to clean up that beautiful rig that Sungrown 707 sent you.
Hey.
Since I've seen you've been dabbing it up. Or Kazoo, shout out to Kazoo as well.
Tim for giving me the idea.
It was a great idea.
Man, that thing had me tore up last night. Did you see that? I only took like 2 dabs, man.
Man, your eyes are like
real low. Like me right now. Me and my wife just went through every single one of the dabs we had. We did like a marathon, like 10 in a row. That's why the fucking Puffco is dead, man. We were ripping all day on that thing, and it finally just died. I could have charged it in between sessions, but I was like, I just want to see how long it'll go before it dies. It's got a pretty good
Puffco's worth it.
Fuck yeah, man. It's only $300 right now. I got this little handle.
Only, he says.
Well, it was 400 before, so I mean, you're saving 100. This thing, I'll say this: I'm not buying any more propane. I'm never out of a torch. I'm not lighting a torch. I have 2 cats that I'm always worried I'm gonna light on fire, who are like my kids. I'd be fucking never forgive myself if I lit my cat on fire on accident with a torch trying to take a dab. Or like my wife or me, she'll occasionally fucking start that torch when she would go to take a dab before. And she'd be sitting over here on the couch, and I'm like a few feet away from her. And that stream coming off those big bottles is like fucking, that's a long ass. I don't think people realize sometimes how much of a hazard torches are. Plus the stigma of it.
Yeah, it feels a little cracky. I won't lie.
Yeah, that's the one thing I really, really disliked about it. And like this thing, I got a little 3D printed handle from their website. It's like a third-party company.
That's
like,
cool.
I'm not going to drop it. Everyone complains that like atomizers occasionally break. I think they take way bigger dabs than I do because we've had no issues. But I bought a backup atomizer because I'm like, if it does break, then let's fucking pop it out and slap a new one on there. So.
Man, I follow a cat on Instagram named Ryan Fit, I believe, that's a glass artist that makes custom tops for those Puffcos and does the sickest work I've ever seen, man.
That's why I got this over the Focus V Carta. On top of it, hits at a much lower temperature. The Focus V Carta and other sort of, not their knockoffs, but things that came after the Puffco that are very similar, like imitation products. I got the Puffco because there's that guy that you just mentioned, but also a bunch of what I'll call third-party glass makers who are going to be making alternative tops for this. And whether it's the actual little carb cap or the glass piece that you inhale out of, there's a whole range of stuff for Puffco because it was like the first to market and like the name brand.
Plus, I think last year the trophies at the Emerald Cup were Puffcos, or at least the top winners got like custom Puffcos as their trophies. So
That's pretty cool.
I'm hella interested in getting one.
The flavor is
$300
amazing.
steep.
It is steep, but it's an investment.
Here's
Honestly, I think it's your medicine, and it's the same temperature every single time, which is for consistency purposes, I think really nice. You're not ever going to go in too hot or too cold and like feel like you're wasting it. You're always getting a really nice, flavorful fat dab every time. Like I can almost never finish it. It's always like, even when I go a little light, that's the only way I'll ever finish it. But if I pack like a small, teeny tiny little dab, it'll be plenty.
That's
We get somebody joining
what
us?
was kicking my ass yesterday. I'm usually used to that dab straw. You know what I mean? You're like just getting it close enough to get that one hit, man. That thing kept a chugging. Put a little dab in there, and that thing kept chugging. I'm like, all right, I'm just not gonna waste it. So yeah, I like it though. I tell you what, though, it was a great gift. Thank you very much. Yeah, I actually realized how much I had actually been missing out a little bit on flavor. You know, or actually a lot, because that titanium straw was like, ugh. Man, yesterday, same stuff.
I've never used the dab straw, so I thought I was missing out, because whenever I'd see you talk about how you can get just what you want, and I'd see people, it looks convenient and cool, and I'm like, oh, that must be a nice flavor or whatever. But I just never have tried one, so I was like, oh, I'm jealous. And then I told somebody that who's got a rig, and they're like, dude, you're not missing out. You've got a fucking rig. Like, rig's better than a dab straw.
I mean,
so I was like, oh. Well,
they make glass ones with quartz tips that have water percolation in them, and those nectar collectors are pretty nice. I mean,
those are.
It's still no like comparison for a decent rig though. Like, it's like super convenient, or elevated a little bit. Like, you're never gonna elevate material dabbing with a nectar collector or a wand or whatever. Whereas the right rig at the right temperature, like, you can elevate your concentrates with that shit.
Well, another good reason for them too, I can already see, is the same reason what kind of drew me to them in the beginning. There is the stuff that you can't get out of the puck. There, I'm again that cheap. I ain't afraid of the word. I'm that cheap, man. I see that shit in the bottom of the can. I got actually. This is art. Talk about, we're gonna get just ugly cheap right here.
And get you a down stem
cheap
attachment for that rig if you want to get your reclaim out of it easier. So it's basically another thing that just comes out and down, and then you put your banger in that. So it's a third piece, and you can clean that piece way easier than you can clean your rig. It'll keep your rig cleaner. You'll get your reclaim a lot easier. Yeah.
That makes sense. But I have recently just threw out a shitload of them, pucks, to where before I actually got the collector, I was waiting to get a collector. I'm like, I'm cleaning these bitches up. Sooner or later, I'm going to go back and clean these things up. Or I actually thought about doing this at one point too, dropping them in an alcohol and extracting the last little bits out of that, actually making like a little oil out of that, reclaimed oil out of that.
I wish I could get Everclear that was, more than 150% or proof. They don't sell Everclear in California.
You can get it shipped. I got 420 extractor, does organic ethanol, grain alcohol. It's 190 proof, and it's like $40 for the gallon, $60 shipped to California, as long as you sign. And I use the extract craft to reclaim it when I make like cannabis oil. It reclaims 95% of the alcohol every run.
Do they sell anything larger than a gallon?
They do. I have been told though it's better to buy
You can
4
buy-
gallons individually than a 5-gallon jug because there's different shipping legalities. For if you ship a 5-gallon, it has to be like you have to pay some charge for like a volatile explosive because alcohol can like explode in large
Right.
quantities like that. But 4 1-gallons, it's like a better price or some shit. Look into it a little more. I was really high when I read it, but it's something along those lines. It's like better to buy 4 single gallons than 5
Yeah, there's
gallon.
a $33 hazmat fee for FedEx, so that makes it $198.
Yes, I've been told to buy the four singles.
I've never actually heard that, but it does make sense, Jack. It really does. But what about grapeseed alcohol? You can get that in 5s for comparable prices. It's, you know, not. I think the availability is pretty easy too. I think
They don't legally sell it in California. Anything over, they don't even sell above 151. I don't think. I don't even know if they sell 151 here. I know they don't sell Everclear, which is 160 proof. In California, you have to go over to like Arizona or Nevada if you want to buy Everclear and like bring it back here. When I was in college, we used to fucking take handle pulls, a handle of Everclear, and fucking take swigs of that shit. Don't recommend that to anybody.
All right, it is a 20. So I'm gonna take that dab. You got that Puffco already? I seen you playing with it. Or is that loaded up with the goodnight stuff? Don't take the goodnight stuff.
It's not. I was gonna talk about something with a bong rip though. It's like taking smaller puffs and like a few of them.
I've been actually waiting for this all day. I haven't even.
Looks like Pat's wanting to give away a shirt. Who wants a shirt?
You know, that cat. You know, I actually was talking to him about coming on the show, and the first thing his reply was, "Give me your address. I want to send just some nudes."
Dude.
I'm thinking to myself, well, that's not why I hit you up. Dang, I mean, I'll take some, but that's not why I hit you up. Let's talk about getting you on the show.
That's why I'm more than happy to help him get his name out there a little bit, man. Generous people right there. You need to leave me alone. You need to go lay down. Go to bed.
You're going to turn me into a dabbing snob. I can see it already. Same way my daughter did me with coffee. I was quite happy just drinking drip black coffee forever.
What you're saying is we've broadened your horizons. We've shown you the greener pastures, Eagle.
Yeah.
As he goes back from the.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna waste it.
Oh, I believe it. I just thought the timing was smooth.
It's funny now I get to go through the whole dab song. Before it was only like, you know, a minute of it. Now it's a 3-minute. Yeah, my daughter did the same thing to me, actually. Slowly but surely with coffee. Like I said, I was happy with. I started drinking coffee super early. 7th, 8th grade, 9th grade, I was drinking gallons before school, during school. Actually, I had a coffee maker in my homeroom, if you can believe that. But she started working at Starbucks, and then she started bringing me home coffee all the time. And then she went through her little Starbucks school, a little training there. They actually make them sit down. There's more to that than you would think. They make them like sit down with every flavor they got and do like a blind taste test with a little notepad, and they have to like, you know, write down every little notes that they think. Is it chocolatey? Is it this? Is it that? Kind of like a little judges panel, a book. So that way they have something to refer to when asked about their opinion of the coffee and stuff like that. So as she went through that process, I went through that process, and she, you know, now she every week sends me bags, pounds of, you know, Starbucks coffee, and then it went from there to all the processes how they make it at the Bucks there, and then eventually to the French press. Oh, you gotta have a French press.
No, man, it's all about the AeroPress. It makes the French press just look like a pain in the ass, unless you drink more than a couple cups of coffee at a time. And yeah, AeroPress is really
She
baller
was
though.
killing.
Like I used to make espresso at a cafe and stuff. I wasn't a barista by any means, but it's the best coffee I've made at home without having a machine.
She was kicking my ass with the Pourover. Uh, I had never realized every time, like, because I see her every time I go downstate, I never pass by my daughter without stopping in to see my daughter. Even if she's working and it's, you know, that couple minutes. She's got a cool boss that as soon as dad walks in, pretty much, she's like, okay, you can take your break. She knows she's a daddy's girl and she don't get to see dad that often. So when I go in there, she gets, you know. And so before I leave, she'll hook me up with a coffee, and she, you know, she makes me this pour over. And by the time I hit the highway and halfway down the road, man, I've got the shakes. And I'm here to tell you, like I said, I've been drinking coffee forever. You know how hard it is to give me coffee shakes? Pretty difficult. And I, you know, I was trying to figure out for the longest time what it was. And then I was sitting there one day watching her make it, and she wasn't pouring it like right out of the pot there or whatever. She was doing me the pour over. I watched her set that thing on my cup and then put like a basket like they would make. I kid you not. It looked like a basket like they were going to make one of those 5-gallon pots with. And put like, it looked
She's
like
like,
a half a
this is
pound
about
of
6 shots
coffee
of
in that thing.
espresso. Hold on to your ass.
Yeah, I'm like, holy shit. That's like 3 pots of coffee for me. I mean, no wonder, you know, no wonder I'm shaking by the time I get home. And then she's hooked. I'm not usually too keen with like sugar. I usually drink it black, but you know, it's usually, you know, pretty strong. So I usually have her hook me up with a little bit of cream, and she caramel drizzle. So by the time I hit that caramel drizzle in the bottom and that strong coffee, I'm like, yeah, let's get home. Yeah, she definitely took me through my coffee journey for sure.
I've got to tend to the beast again. He's very mouthy this evening. I'm sorry, folks. I'll be back.
I'd answer that call for sure. Sounds like
all
he needs
good.
you.
He does.
What's up, Green 13, if you can hear me? He's already checked out. He's on puppy call too, probably.
I just packed up a 3-point stance, a little black triangle across the GMO Mac. That's the male. GMO across the Mac. And the black triangle is the female. 3-point stance from Original Dankster.
Just want you to know, Jack, just because you didn't see me in chat tonight, I was listening. I was driving and listening.
You're all good, brother.
I was definitely watching though.
I appreciate your support, man, always. And even if you're just listening or listening after, like sometimes I pass the fuck out before you go live. Like tomorrow morning, I have a 7:15 a.m., which is my earliest start time typically. So this will be like an earlier night for me. I'll probably smoke this bowl and maybe do one more dab and hit the road before 11 p.m. my time. So I got 30 minutes or less. And I've also got 7% battery, so whichever one comes first. But I'm enjoying the hell out of my time with you. Otherwise, I would have just been sitting here alone in the dark with my cat. My wife's in bed. Yeah. Smoking by myself, probably listening to a little music. But I'd rather come talk shit with the boys and hang out for a bit.
Yeah, it's funny because I had Lexi in the truck, and she was like a little "who's that" with the voices as we're listening, because I've actually got the premium, so I can actually shut it off while I'm driving, just listen. So every time a voice changed, she was always, "Who's that? Who's that?" I'm like, you haven't figured it out yet? You actually need a box with some writing on it to know the voices. What's up? What's up, Green 13? How you doing? I thought you would have that puppy when you popped up. That's a good looking dog, man.
She's been crying for an hour and a half. We've been ignoring her. I put my music on and lay in bed. My wife put her headphones on and went back to sleep. And the clock's changed, huh? We moved away from British summertime back to whatever we're on now. Ow. And so we're an hour out and stuff. I don't think you guys do that, do you?
No, that doesn't affect us, I don't think. We wait until like the equinoxes, like fall back is on like the 21st or something.
Okay.
Always. It's not a
so you got a proper dab rig, rude boy. Around there for 2 minutes taking dabs when man need interviewing and shit. I want to ask Sungrown about whatever he was just talking about. Is he talking about a hand press for coffee? Like a squeezy thing that makes like a pressurized coffee, like a machine coffee, but it's just a hand press?
Yeah, it's like a hand press, and it's just like a 1 cup thing.
Yeah.
So that's why he mentioned that it's better than a coffee press. Yeah, it's better than a French press. A French press can do like 3 to 4 cups of coffee, depending on the size, 32 ounces. Sorry, freedom units. Uh, but I heard good things from the AeroPress. That's the specific thing he was mentioning, that one. I haven't tried it myself, but I like my French press just because there's more than one person in the house. So I'm the one that makes the coffee because I'm the one that's kind of finicky with it. So yeah, speaking of
Raptor, that surprises me, rude boy, that you're the guy who's a bit finicky about it.
Oh yeah.
I'm
You'd never guess.
So I have a question for any bong smokers in the house. Do you think do you go for like a one huge ass rip, or do you take smaller puffs and like, I don't know, when you are at your capacity, kind of like how Eagle talks about with the dab straw, how you like can pull up when you're basically out of breath or when it's like kind of overwhelming your lungs. Do you guys go more for like the smaller puff, or do you go for like filling up the whole entire chamber and just fucking coughing?
Hero bomb.
I have a method.
I'll let everyone else
go for it.
I'll go last. Mine's a different way. Whoever wants to
I go hero. I used to do popping bongs, like so they would pop through and whatnot. So you had to make it pop because that was part of the whole thing. And anyway, you need to be a man about it was the thing back then because we were kids, not men. And but now I still do it and I'll just finish. But you know what? I just pack them a bit smaller now, rude boy. So they're not hero ones, but I finish what I put in there.
Me, myself, I used to just go hero myself, and I was killing myself. And a friend of mine was actually nice enough to show me a good dabbing method. and that I still use to this day, even though I still overdo it sometimes. And that's to take in a nice, I'd say about 3/4 of your lungs full, and then like kind of stop for a second and exhale, a good portion of your lungs, but still leave some in there, and then finish out that rip. And it seems to be a recipe that's saved my lungs a lot. I don't know what it is about that break. Even if I can feel that cough coming, if I exhale slightly and then finish it up, I can still finish it up without, kind of gagging all over. I don't know what it is about that slight exhale, and then
Do you know
pick it
what?
back
When
up.
you're doing dabs with a proper dab like you're doing now, if you pull the carb cap off and take some air, but keep bubbling and then go back with the carb cap, that does a similar thing to what you just said. Because you've added a bit of air in there, it helps me not cough sometimes. So I'm sometimes just to add,
I typed that in a little bit in the comments when Raptor a few nights ago was talking about like oxygen deprivation. That's like holding a hit in for longer. And I was saying you can keep on, like, if you take a bong hit, you can sort of just keep inhaling air. So you're not going to get oxygen deprivation because you keep on bringing air in. Like there was this bong rip challenge on Twitter, and I Googled before I did it, what's like the oxygen deprivation limit. In 30 seconds, you start to feel effects of oxygen deprivation. 60 seconds is where you start to see brain cell death. So I was like, fuck that. Even if I'm continuing to bring in air, I'm not going to hold it down for more than 60 seconds. But there was a video on my Twitter of me holding the bong rip in for 60 seconds. But I do think it
Nice.
gets you higher, not because of oxygen deprivation. Even if you go cascading, I think said like hit it for hot 5, hold it for 10. I like that. It's a total of 15 seconds, which is not even halfway to the 30 seconds, which would get you oxygen deprivation, which is like a scientifically studied and observable fact across medical sciences. You can Google like oxygen deprivation. It says 30 seconds at any journal I've seen. So 15 seconds, I think you're safe. And I think 15-second hold down will definitely get you a little bit more out of your
Jack's been choking
inhale,
himself.
exhale.
You're a sicko, man. You don't have to do that.
Never ever, but I've got enough brain damage. Trust me, I don't want to fucking. No joke, I've had at least 5 concussions, like at least documented. So my brain's been beaten up enough. I don't need to deprive it of oxygen and make it any worse.
Yeah, imagine how many people, like a lot of their medical issues can be solved with just that. If we just had the ability to quickly and accurately scan them, without having to charge them hundreds of dollars, how much money we could save on like the medical bills for individually and as internationally. Like we could just figure out so much stuff like, oh yeah, you hit your head more than 10 times as a kid. Like, and it's just
You're
going to
no
get,
longer
yeah.
available for insurance. Thanks
Exactly.
for being scanned by You Got Fucked.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing with some of those DNA tests and things like that. Those allergy tests and things like that. Once their information, like it's private for like 6 months, and they sell it to data insurance firms, which is where they make all the actual money. Kind of a spooky process.
Yeah, I've yet to do the ancestry stuff.
Same
It's
here.
just,
I have not done it.
Ain't
uh,
happening.
the only way it would really matter to me if I had
You
a
actually sign
medical
your,
background.
fun
You know,
fact about that, you sign your DNA, if you read the fine print on that shit, you actually sign your DNA over to them when you send it.
Yep.
So they're actually the owner and keeper of your DNA, and they do file it.
I don't think so. That's how they get you.
That's how they get you. Either.
yeah, to add on to the how each one of us takes a bong rip. First off, I use a wood vape, so that's what I was showing off earlier. I use a wood vape. That was like, sorry, Jack, pull it away as soon as you can. That was like 180. I went for the cherry wood. This one's from Underdog Vapes. They used to be up in NorCal, but in the fires a couple years ago, they had to abandon shop, and they went up to Oregon. And then I'm pretty sure they're safe now, but they had a good scare. But yeah, just like you were saying, Jack, oh, it's an investment. That's the way I saw it. I get consistency out of this. I don't have to think like, oh, this fire is, you know, this many hundreds high or this many hundreds low. And that's the kind of scale that you're dealing with fire, because you don't really fucking know.
But it's a big lighter every time.
Yeah, but it's a big ladder every time. Yeah, it's I like it. It goes up to the only thing I don't like is you can't get an accurate temperature. Like it doesn't read it on its own. You need like a thermal gun. So
We
like
didn't get your bong rip thing or Sungrown's bong
yeah.
rip thing.
And yeah, I I have a looks like a
Does it plug into your
straight
bong, the
shooter.
vape?
Yeah, it's a gauge piece. And then I can that way I didn't used to fill like I used to fill up the chamber when I was in high school, the hero hits. Yeah, it didn't feel too good. I did what Eagle did eventually, like just take a breath and then finish the rest off, and I would feel fine. But once I switched to vapor, it just felt like nothing. It was effortless. I could fill up the whole chamber, and then basically I'm good for like like before it was an hour, and then I started going on lives with you fucking degenerates, and then it turned
It's a
into like
dab hit
30
though.
minutes.
It's a dab hit. It's a good hit. It's
Oh, it's a good hit.
because it's a different delivery.
Yeah.
Like I do the same as you, but all I've done is I've got a Mighty, a Stores and Bit called Mighty, and I just put a bit of hose and then
Oh.
push the hose happens to be the right size to fit on the mouthpiece and get shoved into a 14 mil.
Oh,
And
okay. And
that's a great hit. I still try and hero those though. I'm like, oh, let me see if I can empty this Stores and Bickle in one go. It's just ingrained.
Is it rough? What temperature
No.
do you set it to?
210.
210? Pretty good. Pretty good.
210.
Yeah, 210, nice. I
Is that Celsius or
like it.
Fahrenheit?
Yeah, that's a good point. Celsius?
I'm guessing
Yeah.
Celsius, right?
Yeah.
Real
That's
units?
pretty hot for a vape, actually. That's like the higher
Yeah.
end of the Mighty,
You know
right?
what? It's its maximum. And I was a smoker for 30 years. So that's part of this, actually, probably.
I had the Mighty for a few months, actually. My boss let me borrow it for a few months to try it out. And I liked it. It vaped the stuff really evenly. My only complaint is the flavor off of it isn't anywhere near some of the other vaporizers I've tried. It's a really good session. Like once you get it started, like the first few hits I think are pretty good, but then it like kind of gets like that duff kind of flavor, like the already been vaped flavor, like pretty early.
Popcorn.
Is that your experience?
The
Or
popcorn.
do you get flavor? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That wasn't my
bit of
experience because I do it in
popcorn.
one hit, but I also used it to give up smoking cigarettes. So probably I was just raw at that time. However, I had heard that it was number one, can't be touched. But let's be honest, it's been out longer than any other vape. So shit might be getting better, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. I like
This one
mine.
right here is supposed to be better. It's the Ghost Vapes MV1, but they went out of fucking business. It's got like the little crucible that pops out, and it's got a nice cooling chamber. It's got really good flavor. It's just sort of like really not intuitive. It's like, I think like it wanted to be like the Puffco of vapes, but it tried a little too hard with like the tap, whatever it's called, the haptic feedback or whatever when it vibrates.
Oh, yeah. Haptic feedback, yeah.
Haptic feedback, and then like this little straw that goes up and down adjusts the draw rate. But like, I don't know, it there was like a vape critic who reviewed it like way higher than all these other vaporizers. So I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll try it out. And I'm gonna gift it to my brother because he's had a newborn and we'll get better use out of it. But this is the vaporizer that I like more than anyone that I've tried, including like the Volcanoes. This is the Vapor Brothers VB1 desktop. It's just got a little whip. I don't use it very often, to be honest, because I end up vaping a few puffs and then pour it out and smoke the rest of the bowl. So you usually just end up smoking the bowl. But you've got a little hose like this that holds up to the heater like that.
That's a lovely style, mate. That's very cool.
It's the original one, 1999. This came out. They have the original patent. A lot of the other ones like this have nasty glues and harmful resins that you can inhale. They don't heat up to the proper temperature. Even though this one has a dial.
Remember that thing, Jack. I looked
Old school
over, I
guy.
was like, wow, that brings back some memories. Shout out to you, Jack, for having a piece of history.
Yeah, I really
You guys
like the
make
heating
fun of my
element.
LED collection. That makes, you can put right there in that museum right there. Fucking hell.
Sun-grown.
Things worked great though back in the day, man. I mean,
Hey,
they were
Well,
at the time, they were ahead of their time. You know what I mean? That was like the first vaporizer I seen right there. That was way before Volcano. I seen one of those way before Volcano.
those volcanoes are pretty old, man. I don't know.
well, I'm not worried about who came first. The Volcano, for me, it's loud and noisy with the bag. Volcano has copied them now. Their Volcano hybrid has a whip. They're copying. They're fucking jocking that style because the whip gets better flavor. Airizer does both. If you want one, Airizer Extreme Q, it's like a little tower. It's got a built-in fan. It's got a fucking remote. That thing works really well. My wife's friend has one. It's a really nice vaporizer. It has the bag and the whip, so you can do either one.
I've
And it's
heard
glass
good
on
things.
glass. I've used it. It's great. I gotta say,
Really?
it's an amazing vaporizer for a home. And they're affordable. They're like $200 or something or less. Probably 150 now if you get them on like VapoSpy.
Yeah.
They're legit. But
And the
that
time
one
is
that
coming up to where everything's going to be on sale too.
the other thing I was
So,
gonna say is the Vapor Brothers VB1. The thing I like about the whip, the bag crinkling. One, I have like cats that might pop it, scratch it. It's kind of just annoying too. It's like you're getting medicated to hear that crinkling over and over and over. I don't like the bag, but it also gets stale. The flavor to me is not as good as the whip hit, personally.
Sun-grown,
So
you're up next on the how do you fill up your bong, like the full chamber when you take your hit, or do you take like breaks?
I
How do you do
mean,
it?
I just take a rip. Depending on the
Nah,
weed, depends on
that's a good point.
how big a hit it is. I'm not trying to win any races on a bowl, so it is what it is. Sometimes I can cash the big bowl like that in one hit if the weed's real smooth and burns right. But for the most part, I just I'll nurse a bowl for 20 minutes or so.
Shout out to Ross Bob. Honored, my friend. Thank you for popping in 2 days in a row. Pretty amazing. Thank you, my friend. What an honor.
Shout out Rasta.
you gotta get him on the
Rest
show.
Bob, that's my man crush. I love to hear that bloke talk. He has got interesting things to say and a beautiful way to say it.
You do too.
Thank you. He dropped his email in the chat yesterday, Eagle. Did you see that? It was for you to hook up an interview.
Well, he's scared of you. He's scared of you, Eagle.
He's in
Nah,
Michigan.
he
We've
said,
been trying to
Jesus
convince
Christ,
him.
that's long.
We've been trying to convince him because he does like max 3 hours. But you, man, you take us to the ringer.
He doesn't got to go the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I told him.
It's
But
you guys
at
know.
first I was like,
you know,
no, man, you got to go 9 hours just because you said that because I'm going to tell him. No. He's a farmer. He's a busy guy. Whatever you got to do, man.
Have you seen his setup? Has anyone here seen his setup in Michigan?
I've seen some of his
I have
flowers,
not.
but not the whole thing.
It's
Yeah.
it's a giant ass field. They have like golf carts that they drive across it with. He got set up with some Italian dudes in like southern Michigan, I want to say, and he has like I want to say an acre plus. It's a huge ass ganja field. It's beautiful, beautiful work. I can't wait till you get him on the show. He's awesome, man. Shout out to Ross.
It'd be an honor. Can't wait. Things are coming around. Round three. It's right around the same time. I think I get a little discouraged right around 100. Right after 100, I start kicking my feet for a second and then fucking take off again. But the 200 to 300s, it's gonna be another good round I've got some fun stuff lined up ahead. Got some fun stuff in the works.
Nice. We're all looking forward to it, man.
I gotta say, Sungrown, I appreciate your answer with it depends on the weed, because the 3-point stance I was talking about, that Black Triangle GMO Mac I was smoking earlier, is something I grew here at my place in soil. And the grape pie I grew is something that I got from an outside source that I know he grows with heavy 16. It's like hydroponic nutrients, which I have nothing against, but I think he might fertilize a little heavy and not flush. Like his ash is a little grayer to blacker, where mine's like more of a white fluffy ash, where you could tell I'm coughing after smoking some of this. I think it also comes down to the esters, like the methylanthranolate that's in a lot of the grape cannabis is a little bit harsh and will make you kind of cough, like certain pinene will make your lungs expand more. But yeah. I do think the cultivation process across the board, I've used this guy's stuff hundreds of times, and I've used my stuff hundreds of times, and there's a noticeable difference in smoothness. And even outside people that I give samples to will tell me that, not knowing who cultivated either. So I think it does come down to how it was grown and finished.
All right, GML, thanks very much. Going back to that thing you were talking about, the modern version of that I've found, Eagle, is if I want to hit hard, then I will do an 11-second heat instead of a 10-second heat. It's come down to 1 second now. So if I want to do that hero thing, or if I want to, if I'm in a hurry, or if I'm going out the door or something, I'll hit a slightly hotter dab. And we've talked about this before, but it's like that hero bomb, just going to push you a bit harder.
So you only heating for 10 seconds? Is that what I'm hearing? 10 seconds?
Yeah, I have
20 that last round.
That's cool, mate, because I just have a 3 mil deep banger. So you might have a 4 mil deep banger at the bottom. So it'd be slightly different. Your temp is your temp. And also mine's really tall, so there's a lot of quartz there. But yeah, I'm 10 seconds, and then as soon as I've blown out, I'm on it. So I'm probably not on it for 15 seconds, but it's a 10-second heat.
Y'all would laugh if you saw my
still learning.
Old nail. I heated mine up till it would be red hot, so fucking hot I'd chaz the shit out of the banger. It'd be like literally glowing red.
And wait 90 seconds.
A whole minute and a half. Yeah, I used to do like the wrist. Hold your wrist up next to it and feel like it'd be cooling down. It's almost there. It's almost there. You really, honestly though, that's like one of the best ways I would dial in a dab was the wrist temp, because you really do get to feel like, okay, this is roughly the temperature. You
How would this feel on my lungs?
It's a strange. You keep it the same temperature away from the nail, so you never burn yourself, but you get an indication of roughly. And I use the little laser gun now since I've gotten that. When I used to do the torch before Puffco, but I don't know. I think you can definitely get a good. Great
all my boys use that thing they drop in. It's just a thermometer. You heat your banger up. You drop the thermometer in. It'll show red light, amber light, green light. Hit your dab, and that'll be 100, and that'll be exactly 520 or whatever you pick. It's called a terpometer.
Yeah. There's another one called
Probably had one on when he was on that day.
There's a Temp Tech USA too. It like sits on your table underneath your banger, and it reads out the live temperature.
I know, buddy, but it's $100 and something, and what it actually is a fucking upside down temp gun that's $20.
Right. I don't advocate buying it. I'm just saying it's out there.
I take that back just for the record. It was not for Broly that was on the show that had it the other day. It was Smokey the Bear 2.0 when we were talking, and he was doing dabs. He had that temperature thing in his rig. That's right.
Them solventless boys, them heady boys, they have to have a bit of that. It's part of the program.
Part of the culture.
I don't know. There's not a whole lot worse than a dab that's too hot.
No,
like
it makes me vomit actually.
Yeah, like it'll coat my lungs. I can't breathe for like 20 minutes, gagging,
guaranteed headaches
all over myself. Not pleasant for me anyway. Like,
You have literally burnt some lining. You've done something unhealthy, essentially.
Cascadian, are you still with us? Did he
Got a pup
bounce?
too, so he probably is.
he's around there somewhere, I'm sure.
I was gonna say he probably knows some herbalism that brings back like the cilia. I think it's mullein. I want to say if I remember what he said correctly, but I think you can like make teas with it or eat it or even I know people use that shit in like a smoking mix. I think that Potent Ponics Steve has mentioned that mullein in a smoking mix actually will help heal your lungs a little bit.
I don't know. Like a lot of stuff makes me sick. Like toothpaste makes me throw up a lot. Like I haven't found a toothpaste yet that doesn't have whatever it is in it that makes me like. Yeah.
You try Dr. Bronner's?
As far as brushing my teeth with the soap, no.
No. They're toothpaste. They're actual toothpaste.
No, I've got
That's
some.
what I use.
I haven't tried that one. But
I like it a lot. I would recommend personally. I don't know if they try to not put nasty shit in their products.
yeah,
And they're local to me.
Dr.
down
Bronner's
here in San Diego.
is good stuff. I use the tea tree soap for shampoo.
Nice.
Cured dandruff problems I've had almost my whole life.
I drove past their place on the way back from a comedy show last night. They're over in like Vista, California.
What does a comedy show look like these days, Jack? Are you all spread out? You all
drive in your car.
Oh shit!
Have it on the radio and you honk.
Oh shit!
No way.
Yep.
What the fuck?
No,
hey man,
that's
you know
no
what?
good for the comedian, is it?
I mean, think about it though. That isn't all bad. I mean, were you able to like be in a situation to where you could hit that Puffco, actually
Yes.
like smoke? There you go.
Yep.
It just got 10 times better. You know what I
So
mean?
I'm hitting the Puffco.
You still get to
My
see
wife
it live.
took me. We got sushi on the way there because Saturday night was dinner night or sushi night. She hit me up earlier in the day like, hey, you want to get sushi tonight? I was like, sure, we'll get sushi. We've got a place we really like locally. We rarely get it, but it's like a little treat. And she's like, hey, one of our favorite comics is performing at where you went to college locally. It's like a 30-minute drive from us. And I was like, what are tickets? And they're available.
That's 1 mile in California.
Not at this time of the night and where we were at. But to make long story short, it was Eliza Schlesinger. She's got like 5 Netflix specials. She's pretty funny. She's she has one called like Elder Millennial. It's not for everyone. Most female comedy is off-putting for some people, but she's fucking hilarious in my opinion. And we pulled in, got our little spot, and smoked on the Puffco. We tried like windows down because you're like spaced out enough from people that you could like get out and there's like bathrooms or whatever. You could wear your mask, go to the bathroom. And my wife did. She said it was like a really, really, really nice, those high-end fancy porta potties that they have now. It's like basically like a 5-star restaurant type bathroom, like portable though. Anyway, the show
I had my wedding.
Yeah, they're amazing now, right? You can get like top quality. You would never think that's a porta potty, but technically it is.
I mean, there's virtually a mirror for cocaine.
Exactly. So I never had to go. It was she did an hour and the opener was absolutely garbage. I don't know if that was like intentional or if it's because we were the last show of like a 9-show set and it's like they're performing to people in cars, which is like not the same. So he was kind of like maybe phoning it in and not doing too well, but she came out and fucking killed it. Windows up, they gave you a radio station to tune into, like a local radio station. And it came through real clear. And they had big ass video projector screen. I watched it on the screen. My wife was more watching her. Like we were close enough that you could see her, but like you could make out the features much more clearly watching the video. And it was great, man. It was like
it's
the
kind
first
of Americana,
one of those experiences
isn't it?
I've had. Yeah. It was fun. It was one of the first times that we've like gone out.
They got drive-in movies around here, up here in NorCal. I don't know if they have those in Southern California or not. But
I used to do that as a kid, fucking driving movies.
Still a few here in Michigan.
Jack, did you hear about the Kreischer and gosh, I forget the other guy, but it's like two bears, one cave. Those guys, they're doing a
Tommy, Tom Segura.
Thank you very much. They're doing a tour in the Rose Bowl. So that's yeah. So they're gonna do that. I don't know how that. I don't know how it's gonna go about, but probably similarly. I'm not sure, but I saw it on a Facebook ad and I was like, I actually they got me with that one. They totally got
Yeah,
me with
man.
that one. I was like, down.
I like both of them. I just watched The Cabin with Bert, and I thought it was really funny. Another
I
thing I
need
would
to watch
recommend
it.
for anybody who wants to watch comedy, if you have Amazon Prime, Jim Gaffigan's got a new little hour, or it's like 43-minute stand-up special. It's like in Canada, and it's pretty funny. My wife and I just watched that tonight. So, big comedy fans over here for sure.
Yeah, there's nothing like it's just like the Eagle Garden show. Like you, regardless of the day, you just flip that on. Even if you've watched it before, it'll give you a good cackle. No, it'll give you what you need to just like take your mind. Like, oh, that's right. I was having a shitty day. Why was I paying attention to that shit?
It's a pretty good plug there, Rafter.
Yeah, I try. You're in the upper tier.
Appreciate that.
You're comparable.
I think one of the best laughs on the show, before I go, I'm about to do a dab and then I'll sign off, but was when Breeder Steve said, yeah, I'll come back if you stop sending me dick pics, Eagle. And Eagle's reaction was so priceless. That's like one of the moments forever captured in this show's history.
I wish I'd seen it.
I did genuinely get a kick out of that, man. Not too many people bruise me like that, you know what I mean? And it didn't see it coming, and it was fucking so genuine. I about fell out of my chair laughing. It was so fucking well placed.
Is it straight face or with a sly smirk? Like, oh yeah. Because people that can keep their straight face, like fuck, it makes me laugh even more. I don't know how they do it. They just fucking perfected it. But it makes
So what
That's
you
what they
guys
talk about
missed?
delivery, isn't it?
So
exactly.
what you guys missed was the invitation for the second show.
Hmm.
Was actually a fucking cannabis plant that was all nutted out. You're like zoomed right in with do you want to come back for round 2? he came right back. That is too funny. Where do you want to do that?
I love Breeder Steve, man. He's a legend. Literally, like when he came on the show, I almost couldn't believe it. Like so many of the guests, I felt that way. But I guess not to like downplay your
Spilled
position in
coffee
the
on the
community.
sofa laughing at your shit, Eagle fucking guy.
Oh my God, Mila's soundbite, her first soundbite.
Well, that's the one I was going to say was the best one. I missed the Breeder Steve thing, but the bit that made me laugh most was the Mila, that fucking Eagle guy, which I put on a post the other day. I don't know if you picked up on it, Eagle. I was like, blah, 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 that fucking Eagle guy. Growing
man,
along
that
with,
was
I
so
think it
funny.
was.
Catch that. Boy, I actually had a nice conversation today. Hopefully she's watching with my stepmother today, who lives down Florida, southern tip of Florida. And the family, that side of my family, I didn't necessarily discover till later in life, 28, I think 28 to be exact. And so I'm still meeting and, feeling my way some way around the family somewhat. And today, she was up from Florida and I got to spend some time with her. And after breaking the ice a little bit, we were, and some of the guests had left, which I just love that these days is people I haven't seen in a long time and new people. So, pleasure to meet you. you know, well, you know, what do you do?
I'm the
Nice.
ganja man.
Well, yeah, well, I'm like, well, I still do a lot. I still, you know, have
I'm
the
gonna be back in a
carpentry
couple
business
minutes, okay,
and
Eagle?
mess
I'm
with
gonna
that
come
from
back in
time to
another room.
time.
Sorry, brother.
No problem. And then I'm also a caregiver. And so the lady across the table's like, oh, yeah? Are you a licensed? Blah, 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 blah? And I'm like, not exactly. So do you blah 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 blah? And I'm like, no. Well, I'm the my stepmom just kind of puts it right out there. He grows pot. I'm like, oh, you're that kind of caregiver. She says, yeah. And she says, well, I asked because I'm a doctor. So now I get to go down that road. I said, well, I hesitated a little bit because, you know, we are making strides in society every day. But, you know, in some points, in some situations, I'm a little bit laggy about it because you never know, you know, how the person on the other side's going to feel. And I don't necessarily know, or am I prepared for the confrontation at some point. So that was the laggy, but I can't be helped but, you know, want to be honest. And I am proud of what I do. So I had to throw it out there. Actually, the response from the doctor was very positive. She's like, no, no, no. You know, it's a good thing. I suggest, you know, CBD to my patients. And, you know, we actually had a decent open conversation about it. It was pretty nice. And then after that, the ice was broken a little bit. My stepmom kind of nonchalantly nudges me and says, "You've been pretty active," because she follows me on all my accounts, which is kind of funny and a little, you know, it's funny because that side of my family was not very. It's still to this day is it they're Seventh Day Adventists and they're very true to their religion. You know what I mean?
And all you gotta do is
Listening
show them
to
that Bible verse that says, I give to you all the seed bearing plants and herbs to use. And
but within the last couple of years, they have become so, you know, we were able, since my dad's passing, because you know, it actually opened the door a little bit with the rest of the family. It was, I don't know if you've heard me talk about it. It was at his funeral. I kind of showed up and I was kind of wondering if I should be covering up my tattoos because it was a hot summer day, and you know, I didn't want to be disrespectful. And I didn't want to be like, oh, you know, look at him, you know, all eyes on him. And but yeah, it wasn't. So I met them later in life, but I guess what I'm getting to is so they were most of the family were kind of closed minded about cannabis, but after my dad's passing, and I was able to after the funeral sit down and talk with some of my uncles that you know are great people, but necessarily I hadn't gone around as much because of the stigma of cannabis. You know, I didn't want to be judged and you know whatnot. You know what I mean? So I just kind of avoided it. And I sat down, had a long talk with my uncle, and man, it was the best conversation I ever had. And he was so positive about it and so supporting, and I never seen it coming. And then it opened up conversations about, you know, other people that they know that cannabis, you know, it wasn't necessarily me or what I had was doing that opened their mind. It was people they knew as well, their age, that was trying to ditch their meds and was trying cannabis. And it was a great conversation even today, even though it was nice, you know, years ago, I wouldn't have even thought about sitting there and having the caregiver conversation like I did today. But it was, they actually, it was one of their friends that was the doctor, and they actually kind of jumped in on it positively, talked about it. And I was like, you know, but I love hearing the stories of the friends. My mom from Florida there comes up, and she works with her church down there, and she always comes up and has stories, new stories for me from some of the older folks that she helps down there. And I actually, she's becoming more and more accepting of the cannabis as days go by. But one of my favorite ones is the pipe story. She tells me she goes to check in on this lady. She come back from Michigan, and she went to check in, see how she'd been, and she said, "Well, honey, I'm doing good. I'm doing good." This is the exact story. "I'm doing good." She says, "Are you okay? You got all your meds and everything okay?" She's like, "I'm not taking the meds anymore." She's like, "I'm on the cannabis and I'm doing good. I'm liking it." And she was like, "Really? That's
On the cannabis,
amazing."
don't you know?
Yeah. She's like, "Yeah, yeah, I've been on that now for about a month or two, and I no longer need a lot of my meds. I'm off that junk." And
That's
she
awesome.
says, "Oh yeah." She says, "Well, oh, how you are you eating it, or how you doing it?" She's like, "I'm using the pipe. I just put a little bit in there, take me a couple puffs, and it's all good." So I love all these stories, from some of these minds that just a few years ago were so close-minded to even the thought of it, and now the doors are being opened up and stereotypes being tore down. And I'm not the only one that's had a story similar to this, where they've can talk to other family members about what they were doing, or slightly ashamed when we shouldn't have been ashamed to bring it up. You know what I mean? And it's nice that them it's slowly being teared down, and we can finally be accepted for not only who we are but what we're doing currently with our lives. And it was a pretty awesome day, to be honest with you.
Nice, man.
Cheers to that. But I gotta say, I gotta run. Like I said, I was gonna get out of here at 11, and it's 11:12. Just saw the 11:11 when I looked up, and I was like, oh, I'm 11 minutes past when I said I was gonna leave at 11. So everyone have a great night. I'm
Hey,
gonna swipe
good
over
hanging
so I
out,
can see
Jake.
you guys.
Have a good night, brother.
Cascadian, Sungrown, 707, Raptor, Green 13. Most of all, Eagle, thank you again for showing up another night, keeping this community going for us. It's been a great one. Always fucking great talking shit with Eagle. Peace out, everybody. Have a good night.
Have a great
Man.
night, Jack. It's funny, I hear that a lot. Thanks for keeping the community going, but I think the community keeps me going. Thank you guys.
That's good, man. It's a positive cycle.
It's for sure both things.
I don't know. It's kind of like growing cannabis, right? Like there's those days where you don't want to do shit, but no, I got to get up. I got to water. I got to feed. I got to spray. I got to do whatever it is you got to do that day. And they kind of make you get up and go do some shit. And at the end, hopefully they pay you back big time. Mystic, what's up, girl?
I was just gonna say it. You got them numbers. You want to jump in and say hi, Mystic? She was a fun interview too. That laugh she's got is pretty dang infectious. Let's see.
Oh, before we go on any further, you can find Jack Greenstock helping out on the panel of on the Cheap Home Grow podcast, and they do a show every once a week on this stick, and it's called Growing with My Fellow Growers, and they just did number 86. Yeah, good bunch of guys just trying to help out people that don't have a lot of money. You know, not everyone has a lot of money to spend a couple grand on a grow or whatever, and they're doing their part to help people out. So wanted to shout him out because he didn't he was not shouting himself out. What you
He
got there,
knows I
Sunground?
got him. I get him every night.
Yeah, I try.
Some seeds that Missy sent me that like she completely just crammed full. Like, can you see how many seeds are in those tubes at all?
Damn.
I know it's doing some weirdness, but yeah, she just packed that shit completely full.
Are those little
Hell yeah.
TCR tubes?
Yeah, I guess so.
Nice. I keep recommending those to people. Like if you're gonna send that shit out,
Turn off the
Shit,
stacker.
she even sent me tubes. I needed some for the grow along. She was
Perfect.
like, bam, here you go.
Yeah, look at this.
oh yeah.
This is a great community. That's for sure.
It's packed full.
Is your dog whining?
Man, my neighbor's dog's in heat, and he's just like, you know, obsessed with
Let me
being out
out.
there, and he's bugging the living shit out of the whole world, Bingo.
Pussy!
Dude, seriously.
You know what's funny? I've got some girls and boy dogs like that, and they're forever when the girls go in heat and the boys are going crazy like that. They're always yelling at the boys. I'm like, it ain't their fucking fault.
That's a program.
It's an average fucking day for them. It's them. It's them. You should be angry at them. You take them down the road, these guys get along just fucking fine.
Once those pheromones hit, man. Oof. They turn into a different kind of animal. No training. No training can outtrain that. They could try though.
That's no lie, man. When them girls go into heat, I've got 3 boys. Them boys are like brothers down for anything every day. You let them out, they're in a line, they're in a pack. You know what I mean? They're running down the road together. You introduce one of them girls in heat, and they are like at each other's throats. I've got to separate them all the time,
I'm
man.
first.
It's
No,
like,
I'm first.
and that's what the boys, and that's what like my daughters are yelling at the boys for. Quit fighting. I'm like, they will stop this if you put her up. Please listen to me and stop yelling at my boys.
What you holding up there, Green 13?
Sherbet Queen. I just killed the mum. And like, the minute you stick it on the heap, you're like, oh man, that actually came out wicked again. But it's time to move on. It's time to move on. Like, I really am ready to run some seeds. I'm ready to run. Like, I met a guy yesterday, a really cool guy, and we were talking about seeds. And I would like to turn half my room back into seed, really. I like the chase, man. I really like to find something. And I think really it's just a really enjoyable thing to do with the plant if you can slow down and let your garden be a garden and grow with love and not be all fucking go, 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 go. So
What do you got on the nose?
Doing outdoor kind of helps.
What are you trying to chase currently? Is there something that's like that just you keep staring at it? Like you have all these selections, but the one just sticks out.
No, it
No,
finds
not yet.
me. Don't you think? I mean, for example,
Good
my
point.
gelato is my current definite keeper, and it's my keeper because it ticks every box. It ticks all the growing boxes. Like, it's robust, it's fast, it's voracious, it's frosty. It's a bit stretchy for some people, but the node spacing is good, and I want stretchy how I grow. But it found me. I wasn't looking for that flavor. I just did a massive. I did 30 plus strains in a year, and like it popped up. I wasn't looking for it. I was actually looking to educate myself about terpenes, really about what's out there. So I've had a year out of that now, and I think I'm ready to go back to running seed. Really, it's the hippie code, isn't it? Anyway, to run seed. So we're just going to smoke the same shit over and over if we just run clones. So
yeah, there's definitely something to be said for finding something new. Like for me, there's very few strains that I can smoke all day, every day for weeks, if not months on end, and still enjoy them as much 60 days later as I did that first time I smoked a bowl. So yeah, there's something to be said for continuing that hunt. Like,
and that Sherbet
I
Queen
didn't
that
see
I
you
let
guys.
go came out of a packet of Fems, and I feel like I can go back and find it. Carry on, Eagle.
So I didn't see you guys the other night. This is the thing I was referring to. You know what's funny is that when I went into my room that night, it was like I could have grabbed it too easily. But it's just a piece of wood that somebody cut up and then put together with that string there, and then routed these little centers in it, and that's just big enough to hold a white joint, a zigzag white. And this fits right in your pocket, and you don't, your back pocket, and it doesn't crush or fold your joints up. So this is like one of the first original like doobie holders right here.
Nice. Each crease is a holder.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh wow! Oh,
wicked.
That's fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
I don't even smoke J's anymore, but that's a nice backup.
Yeah, they were the thing back in the day.
You made that, or you?
I didn't.
That's right. We were
I
talking
bought
about
this.
It. Oh, okay, that's right. We were
I
talking
bought
about
this.
it. Right.
But it would be too easy to make. But yeah, this was the thing back then. I think they're cool. This one's actually a really nice walnut too. It'd be cool to bring something like that back. I can't see them occasionally, but it'd be fun to make some like out of exotic woods, some cherry, some walnuts, some redwoods and shit.
That's what my vape is made out of, cherry. It's like, okay, I don't mind spending like 20 extra bucks. Where was that, Sungrown?
Said I could probably find him some redwood.
Oh yeah.
Why? Where you at? Oregon.
I'm in the Emerald Triangle, Northern California.
I would like to visit there.
Yeah, there's a couple of them around here.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, sorry for interrupting you guys. Rusted Bob was saying indigenous innovations. So, wonder where that comes from.
Well, it's the truest thing. I was talking about it the other day about bringing in rice hulls. Well, I'm pretty sure we don't grow rice in England, and we certainly don't grow it. Well, I don't think you grow it in America. So you're actually taking a waste product from China and bringing it.
We grow hella rice in America, dude.
We grow a lot of rice in California.
My bad.
Arkansas,
certainly in England, and rice hulls are fucking expensive. So
Arkansas has hundreds of square miles of rice paddies.
Does Trump know about
that?
That even surprises me.
I wasn't sure about it either before.
I used to live in the middle of the rice fields in the Delta, the Mississippi Delta of Arkansas. And my closest neighbor was a mile away, as flat as can be. And the mosquitoes at night, you could feel them bouncing off of you. Like, I didn't go outside at night. It was bad.
Oh, you lose a fucking pint in like an
hour.
hour.
Left our car windows cracked one night, right? Oof. Like just, windows cracked on the car, went inside, went to sleep, forgot all about it. The next day we come out to the car and the whole headliner on the inside of the car is just completely black with mosquitoes, like nothing I've ever seen. We get them all flushed out of the car. We're driving down the road. We turn on the air conditioner. They start flying out of the vents. We go to the store, mess around, come back out, get back in the car, turn the air again. More mosquitoes pouring out of the vents. Yeah, we never left the windows open again.
Reminds me of the movie Wasp. Is it called Wasp or is it called Killer Bees? One of them two, anyway. You just have to get your Hoover out.
Killer Bees,
vacuum out.
Revenge of the Killer Bees.
Yeah. And they're going in the air vents and all that shit in the car.
I'm terrified. You know, it's funny that you talk about bees. I'm actually allergic to bees. It's kind of funny, you know, how fragile, tough we all think we can be, and then, you know, to be flying next to something, you know, that big and be like running around the yard and shit. That little sibling gonna take me out and shit. It's just a funny reminder how, you know, little things can take out, you know, we can be taken out anytime by some little shit.
Yeah, I've got a lot of bees.
Actually, fucking,
I've been thinking
I
about.
almost got taken out like 6 years ago, mowing the lawn, hit a fucking a yard, or it was a wasp nest in the ground, and I ran over that son of a bitch. And as I drove away, they started hit me in the back of the neck and got up under my shirt, and I took off running and actually fell, and them fuckers just bit the shit out of me. I barely made it in the house and got my EpiPen and fucking made it to the hospital. I thought I was going down. Every time you get stung, it gets worse and worse and worse. So
those hornets are bad, too.
I never even knew they could go. I had looked that shit up, that they could nest in the ground like that. And yeah, they can have large nests in the ground. I never knew that shit.
Wasps, I hate, man. Fucking hate them.
You ever come across the purple ones? You ever seen the purple wasps? Them bitches will chase you. They will literally chase you wherever you go until they sting you. They're nasty little things.
Man, but going back to mosquitoes, all you have to do is get a daughter, and then they just eat her, and you're cool. You don't get one fucking bite. They just choose that young blood.
That won't work for me. I'm the definition of mosquito bait.
Yeah, okay. Do you eat a lot of garlic?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, oh yeah. But I can be bitten at noon in the middle of a sunny field. Like, I swear they go out of their way to bite me.
It's funny how that works. That must be a pheromone thing, or it's a vibration thing or something, because yeah, they go to certain people for sure.
Yeah, type of blood. I know.
Yeah, I was just about to ask what kind of blood type.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think mine's O negative. Yeah, I used to donate all the time.
Mine's O positive, the rare one.
I used to have pretty bad reactions to mosquito bites until I lived out in the rice fields and got ate the fuck up for like 2 years straight. And eventually I got to where, you know, they don't even hardly itch anymore. Like, just like whatever. I always wondered how, you know, people be out working in that stuff and just swarms of them. And you see them landing on them, you see them getting bit, and they don't get anything. Like it does. They don't know. They don't act like they feel them. They don't get bug bites. It's just, you know, whatever.
Their body knows what to do. with that.
Yes, like
They excrete. I can't remember what they excrete on their
it's
saliva,
a
but that's what
all
itches.
kinds of stuff. Actually,
Yeah,
mosquitoes are fucking disgusting. But
yeah.
man, were you guys just talking about the Bill Gates releasing all those sterile mosquitoes into the Everglades?
Oh, that fucker.
Like, I mean, on the one hand, yeah, mosquitoes bad, but how much of our food, our natural food web is built on mosquitoes?
Hmm.
Like, if you
Exactly.
kill off all those mosquitoes, what else is gonna disappear because of that? I don't know. It seems kind of like a bad idea.
Well, it might work, but I don't think it'll work. It's just one of those things. Fucking nature's tough, but look at it all. Look at all the extinct species we cause, and just not even by trying. Looking good, Green 13.
Thanks, man. I ain't been in here in days. The room's been fucking blocked, so I haven't actually even looked in it.
They don't seem to
That's
mind.
that's the
Yeah,
beauty
they
of the
have.
bed, you see.
Yeah, they look happy.
Growing in soil. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So
I can't see the soil now. There's too much shit in the way.
I really thought that was going to be a fucking A right.
Yes, sir. Is a polite fuck yeah.
I love how you just have a plant hanging in front of that fucking camera. It's like, oh, it's as good as in any other place. Come
It's just, it's. I haven't been in here, mate. It's been a fucking mess. I've got to find a way to find some more space to dry stuff. It's a bad problem to have, I'm sure.
Hey man, I live in my grow tent is right next to me, and where I dry is right next to that, and where my jars are right here, right where I sit. I'm looking at agar plates that are fully colonized. Like this, I'm using every fucking space, so I'm right there with you.
Put the view back, Eagle, please.
What's that?
The view, it's changed
Can you
to
hear my fans?
no. The view. I haven't got the whatever you call it view.
Oh, he's not sharing the screen. You're just talking, so it's going for speaker view.
Yeah, if
Oh, I
you
guess.
see
Yeah,
it on YouTube, it's like 20 seconds behind.
yeah.
Is that what you
always
see
is.
in your garden?
No, I'm now just see. I'm not seeing us in a row in a ladder.
Oh, if you
Oh,
go
we
up to
should
the
be.
corner,
We
to
should
the
be in
right
a
corner,
gallery.
yeah, you can change that to gallery. To your right corner. Are you on a computer?
No, an iPad. It's usually up on my
Oh,
left. Doesn't matter. I'll work it out.
Yeah, you're on gallery on my on the Brady Bunch. On the Brady Bunch feed.
Brady Bunch. There it is. Oh, I found the button.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was
We
wedding
actually
cake
had
hanging
enough
up.
in here the other night for a Brady Bunch.
Yeah, there's been some parties going on, I reckon.
What was that you were saying, Green 13, before I cut you off?
I said it sounds like there's been some parties going on.
Oh, I thought you said something before that. Yeah, we've had a few good ones. Ah, there you go.
That's some wedding cake. And
You want us to
honestly,
look?
if not really, if that was the cake, I would not be turning up to the wedding. But it tastes amazing.
Ah,
We missed the 20.
So is
We
yours
missed it
on
like
the
15
gassy
minutes.
side? I know what I was waiting for it too. Is it too late? I'll dab up.
Not for
I'm
me.
gonna hit one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit one.
This is an honorary 420 for the 420 that has just passed.
Yeah.
This one's for sun grown. For hooking me up with a dab rig. Can I actually rewind it? Oh my gosh.
Cheers, Eagle. I'm glad you're enjoying it, brother. I
Really
couldn't
nice
That I am.
just set that shit on my shelf. Yeah.
Oh man, this Fagroli lime skunk that he gave me the last time I seen him, it's fucking delicious, man. Definitely night and day from the straw. That's for sure.
Yeah, you're finding some flavor, yeah, with the quartz.
Oh yeah, a lot of flavor.
Yeah, I preferred the quartz myself as well. Probably need a new one though. Haven't used it shit probably 18 months. No, I haven't picked up in 18 months. That's right. I probably used it like 4 months ago.
Can't wait till it gets a little colder so I can start making hash.
Same.
I'll be ready to make some more hash here in about a week. I'm out. Be time again.
It's also the reason why I like the cold season is because it's mushroom season.
Dude.
Yeah.
Man. I wish I had the funds. I'd be on a camping trip in a couple
Same
weeks.
here.
Like 100%. I've been wanting to make a trip up to the Northwest for a while.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Just
good.
let me know. I still need to save up myself, but let's plan something. Even if it takes 12 months, next year or anything. I'm down.
I've been trying to get my hands on a old Toyota Previa minivan to turn into a camper van. They're all-wheel drive, mid-engine, weird spaceship-looking thing, but they're super cool. Like they have all-wheel drive, 4-cylinder that was supercharged, and they're a super prime candidate for upgrading.
Jesus, that thing's a giver.
And putting a Tesla motor in it. Like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
You can gut her out and set it up.
You can just
nice.
remove the motor and the transmission and the gas tank and put a battery pack in the motor, the electric motor in that place, and away you go. But yeah, you can find them every now and again for like $1,500 in decent shape, but they're getting rarer all the time.
The longer time passes, rarer it's gonna get.
Nice.
Yeah,
definitely night and day.
It doesn't cost that much to make a trip up the coast, though, man. Like it really doesn't.
No,
Eagle, actual cotton, actual wood, so you're not filling the world with plastic. I take it you started using
nice.
It.
I want to start using bamboo toothpicks and toothbrushes because there's so much. I really don't like using toothbrushes. Now that I've seen how much plastic I'm using, just throwing that shit away.
The conventional Q-tips used to be like a cardboard spool or wadded up piece of paper, finely spun paper with wax coating on it. So now we're thinking about being economical. I mean, so or at least environmental,
Hmm.
do you think the bamboo takes a lot longer to break down than a spun stick, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I'm curious.
Well, the thing is,
I-
bamboo doesn't turn into toxic fucking poison.
it hasn't been bleached white either.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. Until we can convince
Well,
the
and
corporations and the powers that be to quit making bullshit and putting it out there. Like I feel like
it's
the
sure
biggest
a lot quicker to grow.
I feel like the
Yeah.
biggest scam going on right now is the idea that the consumer is to blame for the state of the world, when it's obviously the people manufacturing whatever out of petroleum products, making whatever chemicals that they're making, that are the cause of the problem. Like, you can't be
I
like,
think
oh, if you guys didn't like buying poison and killing yourselves, we wouldn't make it and sell it to you.
I
What?
think Johnson and Johnson weren't even using cotton though. Like cotton actually grows, and they were like, "Yeah, use plastic."
I actually had an internship offered to me from Johnson and Johnson after I completed my biotechnology certs, and I considered it, but uh, I was still going to school too, so I was like, I'll put that on the back burner. I was like, I'd just rather make some money, even if it's for less. Uh, yeah, but I'm glad I didn't go that route. Holy shit!
I
I
finally
would
paid
have
off
in the
my student
past.
loans.
Yeah,
Nice.
same.
You can start life now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's,
The only thing I really found out when I went to college is that you don't need to go to college.
yeah, it's very true.
Yeah, a much
Like, for
expensive
almost
lesson.
everything out there, you can just get a certification or go to a trade school,
Hmm.
and almost without exception have way better results than you would have with a 4-year overpriced college degree.
Or just some passion goes a long way. Very, very long way. Someone on here said the thing you it was Bob. He wasn't even on here. It was on the EO show, I think. And he said the thing you get the thing you focus on the most. And honestly, you start watching that. It's the truth. The thing you focus on the most, you'll get it. The girl, the car, whatever. Not other nice things, some love, some friendship. You focus on stuff, you will get it. It's a crazy universe.
That's definitely true. Cheers.
Cheers, Rasta. Always with the wise words.
Yeah, I'm feeling the dab. Of course, it's said there's a difference between taking that one drag and huffing on that thing for 3 minutes.
It's how much you put in there, Eagle. That's how you control your dose, bro. You don't have to put a gram in at a time.
Yeah.
I'm not though. That's the thing. I'm not using any more than I was with the
Like,
straw.
what?
I
Point
don't think.
3, point 1?
Sun grown. There's this end. And then there's this
And
end.
there's eagle end.
It's all a matter of
I'm not.
perspective.
I'm not using that end. I can assure you.
One shovel, please. I see some people when I would go to Cups, when we all could go to Cups more often. Uh, just dump it. Like just dump like a gram or more just on there and just keep fucking going. Like, how? How are you doing this? But obviously it's because they have a tolerance but and all that, but just my fucking weak uh concentrate lungs. Like I would have some concentrates. California had some decent flavors all around, but still, uh, I'm once I started making my own flour, I was like, I'm good, I'm good. And if I ever get a rosin press, yeah, for sure I'll be having it more. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Now you got for Groli's fucking concentrates. That I would be like, okay, I can't just let this fucking even if I had a little dab fridge, like I gotta have this. This was made
That
to
fucker
enjoy.
gifted me a half ounce of fucking concentrates at Christmas.
Wow.
I seen him and he walked up and he said, "Hey man, here you go," and he handed me a gift bag just full of fucking just full. I was like, "Shit, thank you, man." It was probably one of the best gifts I got, and there's no credit to anything I got that year, but it was because it just blindsided me. You know what I mean? It was the gift of the season because I never seen it coming, and he didn't owe me shit. You know what I mean? He don't owe me shit. He don't owe me nothing. And to walk across the room with a fucking bag of shit and just hit me up out of the blue like that just blew me away with good faith. So
And I bet a big off fuck off grin on his face as well, like, hell yeah, that's how, yeah, love that shit, man.
I hope
Easy,
so
easy.
anyway.
Yeah.
Because
He always has one.
He's an amazing dude, that's for sure.
Is he a large guy? He looks like a big, like
Yeah, him
6.5
and
foot.
Vader are both.
Big
Yeah, him and
burly
Vader are
dudes, yeah.
both really tough. It was funny because I have a whole table full of people that can vouch for this. We seen him at Cloud Cup where I got the shirt that day, and the day he gave me. Well, I got the Bruce banner that day, and I got the Lion Skunk that day. He come in with his beautiful wife there, and he puts down this cooler and he looks down and Rascal Farmer says, "There's for Groli's." Man, he don't look like he's in a very good mood. Must have a bad day. I jumped right up. I said, "I'm gonna change that shit." And I fucking marched right over to him. Fucking patted him on the back. I'm like, "Hey, bro, come on. Come fucking sit over here. We're fucking smoking down." And fucking as soon as turn around, big old fucking smile. Actually come up to the table and he tossed everybody that was sitting around the table, know him or not, a fucking gram of fucking lime skunk. Just like fucking Oprah and shit. You get one, you get one, you get one. Me? Yeah, you get one.
You get two.
Yeah, great dude, man. He's always fucking good to be around. Fucking then, smoking some of his, busted shit, breaking out. You want to try some of this? Hell yes. Why are you even asking me right now? It's always fun to bump into for Growly. That's the thing too. He's very generous with that shit. You'd think, that's his living. You know what I mean? That's what he does. But he is very, very free with it, with people he knows and stuff. It's a very cool dude. What's up, Tal? Well, I'm just blabbering on while you sneak in.
Not much. It's all good. No worries. I just
What's up, brother?
I was all sidetracked doing some ordering, some moving the plants around, and chopping down a mail. I got every bucket I own filled with plants. Oh, well, I take it back. I have some off-size ones that I have to start using. But yeah, everything's all right.
Man, good to see you.
Good to see you all.
Puffing on
Feeling
something?
pretty good today.
Oh yeah, so I don't know if you guys, nobody cares, but I ran out of cookies. Like I haven't had one for like a week, and but I got some help from a past guest on the fucking Talking Shit with Eagle show. And I don't want to say any names or anything, but I found some hope, so that was really cool. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So
Don't
yeah,
come
but
on here and start a fucking sentence with nobody cares, but fucking
That's
we
what
care.
I was
What
thinking,
the
too.
fuck?
Yeah, not that anybody cares. Yeah, you know better than that. Jeez.
I was like, see, I was fishing for that. No, I'm just joking. But no, it's awesome that so yeah, I've been squirting pea-sized globs of oil and sucking them down, and
That
it's a
sounds
beautiful
good.
thing. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
That's some good people over there. That Hope Oil's good stuff. Yeah. In fact, if why not? It's perfectly legal here. If you're not following them, you need to follow them. Hope Farms on Instagram. Good friends. Good hope. Good medicine.
Yeah.
There's no reason why we shouldn't be shouting them out. That's right. So, did you actually? They make some edibles. I got some cookies and stuff from them. Did you get the ball? They hook you up with a little package.
Yeah, sample of that bomb. That stuff's potent too.
Yeah, that bomb is wicked good. And actually, I had a jammed up neck that was like days into the making, and I used some of that stick on the back of my neck, and within an hour, it was like new.
Oh, I got like a little thing that looks like what do they call that shit? Blistex or something. But it's not. It's like you can put it on your muscles and shit. But I put it on you could tell how like it could definitely penetrates whatever else is in there. It's a penetrator because it went, you could definitely feel it.
Right on. I decided to. I did have a pretty good day. Besides the seeing some family today, I actually decided to take some dive down into with a little microdose.
There you
just
go.
before the show.
Nice.
So if I tend to ramble, if I've been rambling a little bit, there you go.
Yeah, man.
It's all good.
I've been working on these agar plates, and you said you wanted to start up yourself, Eagle. Uh,
Most
we'll
definitely.
talk more, but yeah, I've been wanting to test them out, and if if as long as people have something to work with, I'll send you. Yeah, I've also been considering sending out it ready to go, like with agar already in it, and it's already sterilized. Uh, do you think it'll make it? Like, how long do you think it'll take? A week from Cali to you? Oh,
Isn't
you're
there a
on mute.
temper? Isn't there a temperature issue there?
Uh, actually, could handle it. That's what I'm trying to test out. Actually,
It's easier to
so
deal
that's
with
why I want.
cold than it is with heat.
Yeah, with the cold, it should be
Should be
fine, but
good.
we'll see. Hopefully, it won't be too hot from here to there. Actually, right now it's super cool, so it'd be a good time. Uh,
Yeah, it
yeah,
would be
it's
good.
a good time of year
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
for sure.
Please and
So
thank you.
yeah,
Please and
I've
thank you.
been. Oh, you're welcome, of course. Yeah, there's a couple other people on the panel on this panel I want to send them to. Just like test out all over. Because if I'm gonna be sending these out like to people, I need to see how it works. If there's an issue, I can fix it. But at very least, you can have something to work with, and then from there, and I feel like you could make 100 of these in a day. Eagle, you just find like
Nice.
you get 10 minutes in, you're like fuck doing it one by one, and then you just do it like 10 by 10. Uh, yeah, I'm sure you could find a much more efficient way than I've just been doing it. Yeah, it's something that I'm happy to send out, but I'm not going to be working with spores. So I know you're all set up already. That's why I was like, okay. And this can be used for whatever. That's what I've been testing it out on. So lion's mane, um, all of the sillies, what else? Pink oyster. I still have. I want to test out the reishi, but I think the reishi should be fine. You're smiling at
Digging
Sungrown's
the
wicked
glasses.
shades.
Yeah.
Hey,
Match the background.
Matilda. I feel like the professional.
Groovy, man. Groovy.
What's up, B?
Hey, morning. Morning.
Morning.
And I felt that we needed an extra bit of this side of the pond representation. The green 13 holding up the
Yo, what's up, Pete?
flying the flag. Hey, Sungrown. Hey, nice glasses, dude. They kind of follow your face.
Oh, please.
How's everybody doing this morning? Sorry, a bit late to the party.
It's like
Oh, we're all good.
fireworks on the eyes right now. Watching all these little boxes pop off. I'm digging it. I guys got you guys on a pretty good size screen. So it's fun to watch all the boxes.
Same. I like gallery. It helps me with trying to not interrupt people because if I see their mouths moving, I'm like, oh, just wait. Let them talk.
And it reminds me that I'm on camera.
Yeah, it's like, oh, wait, that's right. I shouldn't be scratching them.
You try and manually change gear.
Yeah.
You realize you're on camera.
No, that finger doesn't go there.
Quit it.
Oh, man. Does everybody have
Go
a good
back to your
weekend?
hole.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, it was a good weekend here.
Excellent.
How about you?
Yeah. Yeah, not so bad. I mean, we had some storm that blew through. So 95% of the leaves are on the ground, which is, hey, good-ish, I guess. Means just one more big blow of wind and they'll all be gone. But yeah, it's that miserable time of year now. You know, the clocks have gone back, so it's all of a sudden, yeah, I don't know. I don't like this time of year. Roll on spring. Winter was 3 or 4 days. That'd be perfect.
Yeah, it's just starting, dude. Prepare.
I definitely
It
suffer
actually
from that.
snowed the other day.
Wow.
I was happy to see it go. Thankfully, it came and went.
Yeah, snow's only
It
fun
was
when you watch it
warning me.
falling. After that, it's like, nah, fuck this, get rid of it. For the first 10 minutes where it's all pretty. Yeah. It's always a thing happening when it occasionally does snow. It's like, oh wow, it's so amazing, so pretty, and then like 2 days later, it's like, oh, it's just this grudgy muck that you're having to slosh through, and it's not so pretty anymore.
It was none of those things, Pete. It was none of those things. It was more like, oh shit, please, not already. No, because like what I told you before, usually when it comes, it's here. So when I seen it, I was like, no, I'm not ready. Take it back.
Still
That
running
was
around
more
in
my
Bermuda shorts.
reaction.
No.
They're spoiled over here in California. But
Yeah, you bastards.
yeah.
Oh, it's
More
like
Spoiled,
burger
man.
stocks all year.
Yeah, it's like Durban. I mean, the coldest it gets in Durban in the middle of winter, ooh, it dips down to 15 degrees Celsius and, the coldest point of the night, and then everybody's
Need to
bitching
get my
that it's the
jacket.
fucking end of the world. It's like, what's going on here?
Yeah. Who
Yeah.
said global warming is a bad thing? I welcome it with open arms.
Sound like the Russians, bro.
I want palm trees down the Thames. That's what I'm after.
I guess it depends on where you're at on that swing, because it just pushes the weather somewhere else, really. I mean, so if you're in that tropical zone that used to be tropical, now it's, dumping snow on your ass. You're not like, yay, global warming.
Yeah, that would be quite something.
That poor dog.
But Eagle, both Pete and you are in that zone where you're in the improvement zone, a little bit warmer. Unfortunately, a little bit wetter as well, it seems.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very on record saying if I could just take this surrounding south like 300 miles, I'd be cool with it. Just pull up, 50 miles around me and just move it south. Yeah, beautiful place. I wouldn't want to leave. But unfortunately, the snow comes.
Next week on Impossible Moves, join Eagle Gardens as he carves out 50 square miles and moves it south. Will he succeed? Join us next week. One bucket at a time.
That's in some hillside. This may happen someday.
It would be easier to move the people from the south out the fucking way, so you could go and have some peace down there.
Yeah, swapsies. I'll trade you.
Yeah.
It's great up north, they said.
Some of can I leave some of the 50 square miles behind? And that's another thing. Can I punch some holes in that?
Yeah, this thing's pretty good about muting sound, random stuff, but for some reason it thinks that everybody wants to hear my dog yammer about fucking going outside and sniffing piss on the ground. Bastard. Sorry.
We all feel for it.
Hey, bastard dog and all.
Yeah, there's plenty of people in COVID land that are experiencing the same thing. Stuck in the fucking house. Chris Mertz, for one.
Yeah.
Robot.
Going
When that robot
slowly.
was the
Oh yeah, he got the sunglasses.
Yeah, Chris is slowly
Oh,
turning
come on, you wanted to
into
be on. You wanted to be on.
Cousin It.
Where's Chris Millers with that picture of the pumpkin? I bet you that dog would lunge right at it right now.
That's amazing, though, that can see that's dog's eyes to put the glasses on it. Damn.
Well,
One
they
fucking
say
cool
that dogs
dog.
look like their owners. Owners look like their dogs.
I wish I was
Isn't it the
half
other
as
way
cool as
around?
this fucking dog. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know what that says
He
about
says I'm
me.
ugly too. It's not my fault. I was born like this. Man, that's just
Compare me to you,
hurtful, dude. Fuck.
Your mom, like mine, was a bitch.
What kind of dogs do you all
So
have?
what are you smoking on tonight, Pete?
Oh, that one too.
What'd you bring to the party?
There's some
Oh, that's
golden
right.
goat. Yeah, indoors it's nothing.
Ah.
It's outdoors only, unfortunately. Not as an outdoor grown, as in I can only smoke it outdoors. So yeah.
So, is there just the thing of the terp smell to where you can't do the pen?
Just having the smoke and all that in the house. Yeah. Yeah, just over the years, it's just become, just don't have the smell in the house. I mean, it gets kept in the house. Oh, you can smell it if you walk in. It's just not smoked in the house. That's all. I guess that's just the one side to it. But yeah. No, it's some golden goat from Irie Genetics, who's just joined us in the chat. I see.
Yeah. Speak of the Rasta.
Yeah, he heard a disturbance in the force somewhere and jumped in. Yeah,
Someone rolled one of my joints up. Right, who was it? Pete.
Yeah, I mean, I can highly recommend
the coordinates.
Mm.
Yeah. Yes, Pete, definitely.
Colonial hint to this.
And unless you're doing something overtly illegal on Instagram, you can probably get a ban reversed. Like they ban and unban weed pages all the time.
Yeah.
So
go over to cannabis, you won't get banned.
There you go.
Mr. Pete, I can't help but wonder here now. I like to root you for some reason a little bit. Maybe it's the Eagle 2020 code. I don't know.
The thing is, I think I'm going to find myself using it as well, and that's really going to sicken me.
So, I'm curious to fight for the cannabis here. How come? So, is it to say that there's something getting past the vaping ingestion method to say that? I mean, if the smell is already present in the house, and you're only vaping to yourself, which is to say, because you're using the nicotine vape is only safe to you, then what's the harm? You know what I mean? If the house already smells like it,
vaping, if it was vaping, yeah, but if it was vaping it like this, sure.
You're saying I'm only hurting myself.
But I don't vape.
You know what I mean?
I smoke flower
both with
though,
the
so
nicotine
that's the
and the cannabis.
I don't vape though. I smoke flower, and so smoking the flower indoors, it's really just more the smoke side of it, and it just gets in everything, and it's just that smoke smell that hangs around. But like using a dry herb vaporizer, that's all right. But I just like the ritual of rolling a joint and smoking a joint. You know, there's just something to it. And I'm the horrible, dirty Brit where I put a little bit of. No, not really. No, I mean, when I go over to the States, sure, but over here it's too expensive and too difficult if I can find. I mean, you have to make it yourself. I know plenty of people who make it, and then you see the price and you go, it's all right. I don't want to buy the fucking company. I just want to buy a bit of product. You know. So at that point, it's like, nah, I'll just stick to growing good flower and smoking good flower. And making edibles, that's always good.
Just trying to get you to. I'm advocate for and I'm rooting for you here, Pete. I'm trying to get you to be able to puff on the show with us.
Oh, hey, no, that'll happen. I'm sure it will do. Needs to warm up again, and I'll just go and sit in the garage, which is the man cave.
Or does it potentially require a divorce? Is it one of those situations?
Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah.
Whichever comes first.
Yeah, the summer or a divorce.
Yeah. How many more months of COVID lockdown do we have? One of them might come first.
I'll let you know after. Yeah.
Kill or kill.
Well, I guess until you can get one of those fancy Chris Merckx rigs, you're gonna have to make some compromises, huh?
And where's Chris?
I know it.
Why the fuck ain't here tonight? If you're gonna kick him, at least do it to his face.
I love Chris Merckx, man. That guy cracks me up, man, all the time.
I love him, dude.
Hey, well, if you're
that's the other reason. I thought I seen him lurking. I thought it made something to. wasn't poking. I was trying to summons.
I did see Jeff is actually mentioning that he's posting an auction of his seeds and that on Cannabis at the moment. So if anybody is interested, don't necessarily jump off this channel, but he is currently doing an auction on Cannabis. Get your hands on some of those.
I wish I
Fire
had seed
genetics.
money.
Well, Rasta just has the key. He could have jumped in and said that himself. Well, I guess if he's live, he can't do both, right?
Yeah,
Maybe,
yeah.
maybe not. I don't know.
That'll
I
be
don't
his
know.
excuse.
Just saying.
Those
You don't keep the dog and
Coloradians.
bark yourself.
Yours is a little cuter than mine, only for size purposes, though. Pound for pound, Vigo.
At 4 o'clock, at 4
in-
o'clock this morning,
Not so
cute.
cute. It's like other people's babies are great because you can give them back. That smells like yours. Take it.
He anticipated that puppy, though. I remember him showing me pictures of the puppies long before he got that dog. He was long anticipating watching that thing, waiting for it to come home. It is a good looking dog, though.
Yeah, this is a big part of my journey. I'm really excited about it. It's a really, really lovely thing. Me and my wife keep grinning at each other like fucking children, like when we had children, you know. It's like, it's just, yeah, it's a big part of what I'm doing right now.
And having a dog around is really important, dude. Like, I believe that they're one of the universe's favorite vehicles.
Yeah, it's dogs and cannabis plants. They're breeding us, dude. They're cultivating us.
Have you ever like fucking been smoking next to your dog and have one of those like super coughs, you know what I mean, where it like brings you a good sweat, and look over and your dog's like sitting there just like staring at. My dog's done it a couple of times, looking at me like, "You all right, man?" I was wondering that for a second.
Put his big old paw on me like, "You good, bro? You
Dude?
You got this? Sure. Dogs are fucking awesome. Yeah, I really miss having them. Having a dog around myself.
Yeah, I was in this unique situation last year where actually for the last 6 years, really, where we've had a dog share. And also it was the office dog. So that dog was with me all day and then with me a third of its life at my house. And so that changes now because my situation's changed. And so it's nice to be now fully, yeah. So it's not like it hasn't been a thing. And I grew up with dogs. And obviously we talked about this the other day and Raptor was saying, you know, it's a really important part of growing up was with the dog. And we all were like, yeah. So yeah, they're cultivating us for sure. We don't need this. We just want it.
You know, there's a lot of new research coming out that they believe that dogs were descended from a different ancestor than the wolf. Like the idea that most dogs are descended from wolves is no longer really holding up very well.
Right, because I say it all the time. So that's interesting that you've said that. I was saying to my wife, you know, you see a tiny little crappy little dog and you're like, yep, that descended from a wolf. And you're saying that might not be the case. So what?
Common ancestor. The same way that we have a common ancestor with, we share common ancestor with the monkeys or the apes. It's not that we come from apes, it's that we have a common ancestor that we both diverged from. And that's probably very similar with the wolf and dog thing, is that they come from a common ancestor. Well, you'd expect, you know, they kind of look very similar. So there's going to be some common. I mean, cats only come from, you know, it started off with one type of cat that slowly got cultivated and bred into different ones.
Dingoes, right? That's a wild dog.
Cape hunting dogs are wild dogs as well.
They're not technically, they're not wolves, but they're still a canid. So, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff I've been reading saying that, yeah, the chances that a Pekingese came from a wolf is like next to nothing.
Say Anunnaki tweaked our genes.
Man, you could be right. I can't prove you wrong, Tao.
I know. That's the whole thing about it. You can make up any story you want. No one can prove any of it.
Well, we can do a lot of genetic fingerprinting and figure out how close things are.
They could do some things, yeah.
But I'm a cat person personally. You throw a cat for a stick and it looks at you like, mate, you threw it. Hang on, I'll go and get the dog. That's their attitude. Like, yeah, you threw the fucking thing.
All
You
right.
go catch it.
I brought back.
Talking about
I brought back my secret weapon. My secret weapon. You ready
What's
for
that?
this? You ready for it? She's already here.
This better be a robot fucking.
Oh,
Yeah. That's the one. That's the show dog. That's the office dog, isn't it?
I'm a sucker for runts and, for the runts.
little scruffy
For the
dogs.
runts
are
and the
awesome, man.
misfits, yeah. And, yeah, she's actually full grown. She's a year old. Well, full grown as a year old can be. She's what do you call her? A Chorky? She's half a
yeah.
Chorky and half Chihuahua. But
There's a lot. The whole.
when I speak, I've spoke of her before. This is Ruby Dooby. This is the one I didn't want to mention to Father Mike, that I didn't want to insult his wife, that I had a Ruby Dooby and then pull out a dog. But her name, she was named Ruby. And then, I
Gave her a doobie.
I call her Doobie every morning when I pick her up. Doobers. That's what I call her. Doobers. So yeah, that's my little. I'm sucker for my little dogs. Yeah, you would think I might have big dogs, but I'm a sucker for some small dogs.
Small poops. Those are nice.
My
Fall
first
back
few
to
jobs
food.
was with horses, and on horse yards you get a lot of Jack Russells. It just tends to be a thing where there's usually a pack of Jack Russells, and that's such a proper dog. I mean, it's a full-grown dog in a small package. It's a totally different thing. The dog has an attitude, and it brings to bear some power as well. Don't fuck around with them, Wow, they're a proper dog, but they're little.
Jack Russells remind me of that. The short little mouthy shit in the group that starts the fight. That's the one that comes in like, and it's got all the big mates standing around, which is all like the big dogs hanging around as the little one goes in and goes, yeah, come on then, I'll fucking have you. And then quickly backs off.
Dude, small poops aren't nice. They're just small. Just pointing it out.
What's the
concentrated?
Little dogs rule. Little dogs rule.
As somebody was talking about in chat earlier, how cats are just waiting around to see if they can eat you. And I'm convinced that that's 100% true, because anytime I ignore my cat, she starts like taking test bites of my feet. She's like, wait, is he still alive? Ah. All I gotta say is like, what are you doing? And she stops and looks at me like, what? I wasn't trying to eat your feet.
Yeah, it's like when they're walking with a mouse hanging out their mouth and they go, what? And they look at you and go, mouse? Where? Oh shit, where did this come from? That total look of startled. Nah, that's not me. That was the dog that brought this in. I'm just showing it to you.
Yeah,
Cats are super smart.
Yeah. Very smart, but yet they're responsible for so much
death.
Yeah, exactly. But if you leave them outside, exactly.
You gotta
they're
I
animals.
never stop them. I never stop my cats from hunting. It's what they do. It's in their
that's what they
nature.
do.
It's like, go for it. Just
That's
kill
what
it
I'm saying.
outside. Don't bring it in. Just keep
We
it
need
outside.
them around. There used to be bobcats and
Oh yeah, if you
cats
have
and
like
other things that
mice,
filled
fuck
them
yeah. Barn cat,
in
fuck yeah.
North America. So no, I'm
Yeah,
super
bobcats
happy to have my cats around. They keep all the rats out of my garden. Like, I've seen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Use it in the right purpose. If you just have them bored in a suburban house, and there's nothing else for them to hunt around. Like,
Could you
but
imagine
that's what I'm
keeping a
saying. A
cat the
farm cat.
size of a German Shepherd? Tell you what, the rest of the dogs in the neighborhood will be giving you a wide berth.
Yeah.
Well,
It'll
people
still
are
go on
keeping
your
those
shoulder too.
Savannah hybrids that are like 40-pound cats.
Mhm. The
Oh yeah, that's right. Like lynx.
what's the one that's quite common but
It's
is
a
really
Savannah cat
expensive?
hybrid.
Yeah, it looks like a lynx. I'm sorry.
Kind of like a mix between a lynx and a leopard.
Yeah, my brother's got two of them,
Crazy.
and I forget what they're called now. Not cheap cats.
The
How does that
Egyptian
house
ones.
smell?
Smells fine.
Huh?
My house is right.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It doesn't say. They don't take
Siamese.
over. Wow.
No, I'm trying to remember.
They're supposed
Damn
to be
it.
very dog-like, actually.
And they can jump unbelievably high. 2 meters straight up in the air is not a problem for them. You sit there with a thing dangling up above the door, and they'll jump and land on top of the door to get hold of it. They're incredibly agile and they're serious. I mean, they're big cats as well. If they stand up, they probably stand up at a meter high. They're not small.
Yeah, was it 420 somewhere?
It is. Do 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 do.
Believe in Eagle Land. It's 420.
Y'all from not around from these parts, are you, boy? Ding, 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 ding. Hey, y'all sure got a pretty mouth.
I won't torture y'all anymore. Play the dab song, so somebody had to fill in.
I didn't look at the time when I took off with the dog.
Yeah, Maine Coons are those big cats as well. Big, soppy cat.
Stay away from that Bruce Banner. That shit did me in last night. I can't believe you guys are gonna guilt me. Second day on a dirty rig.
Smiley's Garden says Ocelot is the cat.
Ocelot. Yeah. Jeez, I'm trying to remember the name of these things.
No, it's a Savannah cat. I just looked it up. They're the biggest house cat you can get. It's a hybrid of a regular house cat and an African Savannah cat. I think the most pure you can have is like a quarter or 3/4 Savannah cat, something like that, kind of like wolf dogs.
Like
Have
a
whatever you
mid-sized
want.
critter.
You don't get caught.
If you enable screen sharing, I mean, I can show you my nephew holding the cat. It gives you an idea of how big the.
Is it the
fucking thing
nephew
is.
holding the cat or the cat on the nephew?
Kind of almost the cat on the nephew.
Hmm.
And the cat doesn't look particularly happy about the idea.
Oh man, when those things
So-
are in heat.
That's the size of the cat. It's not a small kitty.
That is beautiful, though. Geez.
Yeah, it is. It is
Yeah.
pretty cat.
The cat's like, man, I really.
I want to be here. If you weren't
Are you
watching,
sure?
I'd take his face off.
I actually had to look twice to see if somebody didn't draw a penis
Hey,
on that.
to the music.
Oh, it's its tail.
Oh, to the music, yeah.
Dancing cat.
I'm not any happier.
Yeah, they're not small cats, no. Bengal cats, that's what they're called. Bengal cats, I think is the name of them.
Then there's the Maine Coons are really big cats too. Those are awesome. I think they're supposed to be descended from Swedish forest cats or something like that.
Those are big fluffy ones, right?
They're the ones that have the pointy ears, and yeah, they're usually fluffy and like 20-pound, 30-pound cats. They're
That
big.
the cat that's like shown? Oh man, I can't remember like the goddess or whatever that it was representing, but she had cats that were running the sleigh. Like it, and this is what a oh man. So what's the name of the cat you were saying?
The Maine
Bengal, that
Coon.
one. There's Maine
Mango?
Coon
Okay,
and Bengal. Bengal is the name of the what my brother's got. Of the Bengal,
now I
it's a
gotta look up this
snow
cat.
leopard crossed with some. Well, it's like an Asian cloud leopard crossed with something else and then domesticated. Um,
Yeah, there's a few of those, bigger, small or smaller big cats that they've crossed to the regular what we call house cat to produce some hybrids that won't just rip your face off.
Catwoman.
That's definitely the thing about it, like keeping big cats. Yeah, and I don't understand people who keep like tigers and lions and then let them roam around the house. It's like mate. That thing just looks at you, just gets a little hungry one day. It's like game over.
Secret
You didn't
is you
feed me
can't
that
be
steak.
afraid of it.
I play with bears as well. And to be honest, if there's two things I would rather be attacked by, it's going to be a wild cat rather than a bear, because the wild cat's going to kill you before it eats you. The bear is just going to eat you while you're alive. It's got no interest in killing you. It'll just hold you down and just start gnawing away.
That's if its intention is to eat you. It might just be like, you're in my way, I'm going to fuck you up really bad and
Scar you
leave
up.
you there. Like, I don't know. Bears are terrifying for sure.
Have you seen, what was the movie with
The
that
Revenant?
horror? Yeah, you can see the bear going, have you seen Revenant?
Those who haven't seen the movie Revenant with Leonardo DiCaprio, watch the
hardcore.
first 20 minutes of it if you want to see the most brutal thing that you can imagine, based on a true story. This dude literally was out in the woods in like the 1800s, something like that, pioneer times, gets mauled by a grizzly bear protecting its cub and survives alone, and like goes on to do a bunch of crazy shit. But no, that scene in that movie is as violent a thing as you could ever not want to
Yeah,
watch again.
I think it was described as like pain porn.
It's right up there with the Deer Hunter as far as movies that I've seen and are great and I never really want to watch again.
Yeah, but that was good. Don't need to go through it again. Exactly.
You guys watched Kiss the Ground yet? It's on Netflix.
No.
Yeah, it was okay, wasn't it? My mother-in-law watched it and cried.
Was it Kiss the Soil or Kiss the Ground? I can't remember.
My wife keeps debating this. It's Kiss the Ground.
What's it about?
It's a regenerative agriculture sort of documentary that
Save the world.
Woody Harrelson is narrating.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they don't go deep, but it's a swipe at Monsanto and salt growing and turning America into a desert and that, compelling shit. Where your food comes from, probably cancer.
I don't know. I feel like there's a pretty big no-till revolution happening in American commercial farming. They're seeing the money saving aspects, the increased yields, the everything is better with no-till farming. Like,
Well, you're building the soil. You're not letting it turn into the fucking desert.
so my
Turning it into
neighbor
a
that
drug
lives
addict.
behind me has horses, and he feeds them all organic inputs. And he told me anytime I want manure to let him know. And really like to make a big, huge batch of compost tea and spray all over my whole property and try to boost it up, because right now it's taken over by weeds and star thistles and stuff. And while the bees like star thistles a lot, I do not. And for those of you that don't know what a star thistle is, it's an invasive plant that has like these little morning stars on the end of it that are as sharp a spike as you can imagine, and they will go clean into your foot like a half an inch. You can't dig them out. They're bad. Like they're when I moved to Northern California, I was like, oh yeah, those hills, they look so soft and pretty. That'd be so amazing. No, they're anything but soft or pretty. They're filled with spikes and thorns and things that'll gouge you. And yeah, star thistle's bad. Bees make the best honey in the world out of them, though, or up there anyway.
Yeah, they don't, they just fly around the spikes. Shit. Yeah, it's getting pretty bad everywhere.
You have them down there?
Not as bad as that, but it's for sure cattails like everywhere. Those aren't as bad.
Yeah,
But
those suck.
yeah, it's no fucking morning star to the you know to the calf or
Another
whatever. But
one, there's another one that's really bad. It's puncture vine. It looks like just this little creeping vine that spreads out and has little yellow flowers on it, but it puts out these. I can't describe them as anything other than a caltrop. Like they'll literally pop your tires and shit. At least, bike tires. And they look like these little goat head things with, again, they're rock hard and have, 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch spines sticking off of them on two sides. They'll go straight through your shoes. I've never seen those things before either. Like,
Oh, really? I grew up with them, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, those things are bad. Like, there's a little bit of a learning curve when I moved to this property. I'll tell you that much. Learned real
Yeah,
quick to not walk barefoot.
If you came from east of the Rockies, yeah, there's a learning curve going either way.
Yeah.
Whether you take me east of the Rockies, I got to learn a lot. But you come west of the Rockies, you got to learn a lot.
I don't know, it's not that much different other than brown recluses.
In South Africa, you get these acacia trees that have brutal thorns on them. I've was out horseback riding once, jumped off the horse, landed on it, and it went straight to the bottom of my flip-flop, whatever you call them, and clean out and looked at it, and I can see the top of the thorn sticking out the top of my foot. They'll puncture Land Rover tires. They're not.
How long did it take till you felt that?
Kind of instantly, but I jumped off the horse, so it was no stop halfway. It was whoop.
I just
know pull it out like fuck.
Some of my worst injuries didn't hurt for at least 20 minutes.
Oh no, I felt that straight away.
Up my hand, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, I think my hand's broken, and they're honey locusts.
These are the trees that are famous for when they start getting eaten. They give off that chemical signal, and all the other acacia trees in the area will all suddenly clamp up their leaves and go to make them less appealing to. It's giraffes in particular that go for these. They can actually use their tongues to strip off the leaves around the thorns. They're one of the few that will actually eat these plants. There we go. Bit of African knowledge.
Botany. African botany. The most terrifying kind.
So to get the thorn out, did you just pull it straight through, or did you have to I don't even want to think about it. Yeah, fuck.
Somebody stood on the slop, and I just lifted my foot straight off it. No, it was like. I thought, oh, next trick. Let me go and see if I can walk on water. Apparently not. Having a hole in your foot makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, that wouldn't help the situation though.
Yeah, keep thinking.
All right, boys, I'm out of here. I'm gonna crash.
Good
All right.
man.
There's nothing worse than a foot injury. There's no way to escape it. You know.
Nope.
Yeah, it sucks. Eagle, it's always awesome fucking talking shit with Eagle.
Love,
It's
brother.
always talking shit with the fucking towel. Thank you for popping in, man.
No worries. You guys have a great run. I'll catch you on the flip side. Peace out.
Hey, man.
What's up, brother?
Glad you got something to help you out.
Yeah, yeah.
I always love talking with that dude, man. It was a lot of fun.
Fucking legend.
He is a fucking legend in my book. He is a fucking legend in my book, man.
Yeah, man. I always seen him around for a while. I think in chat as well. I would just say, you know, hey, how's it going? So for him to say, hey, how's it going, man? To me, it was pretty cool. It's fun talking with him.
Tao's a dude he's so intelligent, but he asks questions in such a fucking lovely, respectful way. He asks questions to help you with something you're explaining, you know, like, yeah, he has no ego about any of this stuff, which is starting to get a bit rare, really. No, that's not right,
Yeah.
but
Well, I
he
mean,
has no
you bring up a good point. The more people that get in, the more likely it is that people that aren't like how we're talking, you know, just like, hey, let's just fucking talk. Let's just fucking talk shit with Eagle. Uh, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. The whole there's arrogance, and you can like just sense it. Like it's so obvious, like in here, like in this community, when you to sense the difference between talking with this bunch of people and just someone that has like a little bit of arrogance, like, oh, I just want to get my name out and make some money off of it. Well, it's no, there's no problem with making money, but it's like, hey, why can't you be chill about it? It's like, yeah, I do this on the side, but I just want to talk to you guys. That's how I feel like with Pete. It's like, yeah, he's got his own business, yeah, but just with us because he is dedicated to the plant. Yeah,
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 and
you,
that's it
yeah,
right there,
you.
isn't it? Yeah.
See your
I mean,
eyebrows.
Yeah, shit, I'm on
P&L
camera.
growth system.
Yeah. But
Sheesh. You complimented Durban. It's awkward.
no, but I think it's important. I mean, it is about, I mean, like the peel grow systems thing, that came about because I had a need for it. You know, I had a need for that technology. It didn't exist. It's like, well, it did, but Jesus, it was expensive and didn't really do what you wanted it to do, especially for proper remote access and then be able to control things and do stuff. It was insanely difficult to get set up and expensive. And it was like, there's got to be a better way of doing it. And then purpose built something that works for horticulture. It's not taking one of the things that's particularly popular over here, for example, is these in fact, they look like Dyson dildos, really. Air comfort, I think they call them. There's a little Bluetooth and air. It's a baby room monitor is essentially what it is. And I repurposed it for horticulture, and you go, oh, come on. It's not the right thing to be using. And it's Bluetooth as well. And now you've got all these people using it, and you do realize that's just advertising what you're doing. It's a 10-meter bubble all the way around you. So if you're in a flat, those below you, those above you, and those on either side of you know what you're doing. They can see something's in there. Doesn't take long to figure out how to get into it. But yeah, I would say, pick equipment in this space that's actually purpose built and designed and used by the people that actually make it as well. That makes a big difference. Because if you actually use the product, then you understand what all the ins and outs are, what the problems are, and you make improvements on it.
So for a sex robot, I got to wait till Chris brings out one before it's worth buying.
At least if you want a high mileage one, yeah, I think that's probably what you have to do.
I tell you what, I'm not buying until I see the Chris Mertz fucking year in review fucking report.
Literally fucking report.
Yeah.
Well, by month 5. Yeah.
And here's Chris for the fucking report coming to you live from.
I kind of want to see Chris with Bruce's shattered pelvis from a sex robot gone wrong.
I accidentally set her on 10.
He came. What was the mantra the other day? It just came so easy, or it was effortless. Effortless gone wrong.
He's making us laugh even when he's not here.
Missing you, Chris. We're missing you.
Hey, Eagle, how's the
Damn. Always blow the cover. I'm not just gonna leave it alone at this point. Pretty good. Pretty good.
How's the Earthbox going?
Myself.
Oh, I want to ask you about that one
there.
too. Yeah.
Sitting over there with
that next
some
run?
paperwork on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Still waiting for
room to clear.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, actually, to be very honest, Brandon Rust was on nice enough to kind of jump in and provide some Bokashi earthworks for the project. So that's what I was holding off for his entry into the game. His entry into the game. So that's what, it should be here any day. And when that shows up, we'll start putting things together.
And then you brought up how you're feeling. Good, man. I'm glad it's a good mood booster. You always seem to have a good attitude. But you're especially good humor today. Or tonight, I should say. Well, tonight, whatever the fucking time zone. You got it all.
Pretty sweet on that good attitude. It varies. I'll be the first one to say it isn't always sweet.
Amazing,
but I try. I show up.
When you show up, intake, whether you really meant to or not, whether it's a new rig or some really just super tasty shit that you can't help but smoke on continuously or dab all the time. But yeah, I always find when I find something like that, it always puts me in a good mood.
We were talking with somebody the other night about dosing up, and we were talking about might even been Mr. Ganja about saying that he didn't enjoy the cannabis during. And I was saying that then I was like, no, that's not me. I like the chief all the way through. Yeah. I would say that it has done nothing but
I like to smoke until I forget to smoke.
Shaking hands pretty good today.
Like once I don't remember to smoke anymore, that's cool. And then, you got to have lots of weed on the back end of it, like on the come down. Yeah. Any psychedelic experience, you got to have weed afterwards.
Yeah.
Have you ever messed with any tincture?
I'm taking some tinctures. If you're talking about like cannabis, CBD, THC.
No.
Mushroom tincture.
Like mushroom tinctures, yeah.
Nah, I've made tea with it before, and the tea just like supercharges it.
My favorite part of every acid trip is the come down. I love when you've passed the peak and you can start wading into a bag of weed. Just, like something warm to drink or like something weird to drink, and then a bag of weed, and let's, get cozy and talk shit. Oh, that's nice.
Blood orange.
Yeah.
After I come down.
The revelation side of it. Green 13.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And even bits and bobs like old memories, like holding hands with my sister and just, the connect. And yeah, exactly. Where you can now converse and right the wrongs and, yeah, exactly. And connect as well.
I think it's in that phase right there that it's like rebuilding some portions of the brain that may have been damaged.
Opening pathways.
You're totally reconnecting pathways, just like you're saying, 13. It's I haven't done it like any psychedelic in like probably 7 years, so I'm pretty excited about running some mushrooms. And I'm just gonna
Sounds
actually
like you're
just be
about 6 3/4 year too fast.
yeah. I used to do it every year for my birthday, but then I stopped talking to people that could actually hook me up with that. I had some rebuilding to do myself. Like I was doing it without rebuilding afterwards. So in a way, I did get what I needed out of it. But I'm coming back. You know, coming back with a sledgehammer to some pieces of the psyche that needs it. It's like no 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 no. You've been up for way too long, and I built you way too high. You need to be put down. So yeah, I microdosing and macro. Probably the macro first, to be honest. But yeah, micro for sure. I want to get like gel caps and everything like that, and also dip into tinctures.
Microdosing anesthesia, I can definitely advocate that. It really helps for mental health, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It does help you get the brain realigned and back in gear. Better than any.
And I'm sorry, Pete. I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
There, bro.
It's a conversation.
I was good. And I've interviewed a past guest, David Colby, Fresh Pork Chops on Instagram, and he's actually introducing a FICO or full spectrum oil that's half infused with psilocybin that he's actually put out on the market here in Michigan. Ann Arbor Wellness there. It's actually available here in Michigan already. So
That's
I always
crazy.
thought that as soon as he said it, I was like, oh, that's genius. And I want some.
Yeah. Where's your card? Do you have a card?
Yeah, I need to get down there to Ann Arbor and check out some of that stuff because it sounds like a good match.
Yeah,
That's
I remember
definitely
I posted about it, and actually when you were talking the first time when you were interviewing me, I remember bringing up Ann Arbor. You're like, what? Like, yeah, man, shit is going down. Changes are coming.
it passed too. Actually,
Good.
did that day it passed. I kind of tripped balls on that episode
Wait,
in celebration
Celebrate.
of the passing. Yeah,
what
I actually
happened?
marked it the Ann Arbor rabbit hole.
What was it?
Oh, Ann Arbor passed medical mushrooms here in Michigan.
Oh, wow.
Just in Ann
Yeah.
Arbor, though. Just in Ann Arbor. Not in the
No,
state, just in Ann Arbor.
Oakland does decriminalize them.
Hmm.
And there's a lot of people working with them now, like selling microdose capsules, and yeah, like the mushrooms are really starting to spread, so to speak. It's kind of crazy.
I'm ducking out for a bit, guys. Just gonna
Better,
sort
man.
the dog and stuff.
Thank you, Green
Puppy.
13. Just he's gonna think. Soon as Smiley pops on, he's gonna look at the screen. He's gonna be like, "Fuck, Smiley just popped on." As soon as I popped up.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye for some of the
30-second delay.
I was keeping an eye for some of the wild magic mushrooms here when I was out fly fishing the other day, but I think the season too late. The season's gone already. Lots of other mushrooms, but not the ones I was interested in.
You're too wet. Whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of end of September is sort of when they start crop showing up. So it's like September, October. It's just a little too late now in the season. You might still
And
find
it's
a few kicking
Liberties in your
around.
neck of the wood.
Hmm?
Liberties are
Liberty
in your
caps,
neck of
yeah,
the woods. Okay.
and Amanita muscara, which interestingly enough, the Amanita muscara is still legal, but Liberty cap is illegal because Liberty caps contain psilocybin and Amanita muscara don't.
And they
it's
know that the
psilocybin that's
people
illegal.
that have the Amanita, like you're already fucking crazy. We can't stop you. Fucking savage.
Yeah, it's an interesting buzz of those. Just prepare them properly. Gotta be a little careful with those ones, the Amanita
I heard
muscaras.
when you mix them, that's when the Amanita really really kicks in.
Yeah,
It's
it also
supposed to be
depends. Like you
like,
peel off the skin and you just use the outer layer as well, and there's
yeah,
all
that's
sorts of
iffy on me. I don't know. I don't know if I would ever try it. I've always heard descriptions of it being kind of
very
like
dreamy.
negative. Oh, dreamy. Yeah, yeah,
Mm,
that too as well. Actually,
mm.
yeah. How's it
What's
going,
up,
Smiley?
Smiley?
So dreamy.
Uh,
Man. I did come in and rescue all you guys had a pussy talk earlier. I was like, man, talking about all these cats. I could have swore the ocelot was the one y'all were talking about, but apparently not. So
many
Yeah,
cats.
it's actually a Bengal cat. Is that one that domesticated one? Yeah.
nice.
Eat me all flower says you need to make a trip somewhere.
Hey, sorry, I'm not watching in chat. Let me quickly jump over. Oh, top chat. Don't want to be doing that. Oh, okay. I see what he's saying. Yeah. I get it.
So, Smiley, what you puffing on?
You know what? I gotta crack one out of this Tuscadero. I think is probably what I'm smoking on. I literally just walked in, fucking tried to
These
grab
fucks.
a beer, took my down, figured I'd hang out with y'all. Long day.
What'd you have to do?
Leaf strip. So
That can make for a long day.
yeah, it was a thick row, man. So it was. It took me a minute.
So
How much time do you spend?
What are you looking to achieve through doing the leaf stripping? Because for Operation Grow Season 4, it's one of the techniques on one of the 4 plants that the guys are doing is doing a leaf strip on one of 4 to see what the overall effect of that is compared to one that's just left alone and having nothing done to it. So I'm curious. We're always curious to find out why people are doing these things. What is the end goal? I mean, if it's just to reduce the humidity, or is it to try and bump up the terpene profile?
No, this is mainly just to improve vapor exchange around and through the canopy. So they get so thick, there's just no fucking getting around it. You're gonna have to remove some shit, especially when you scrog them, in my opinion, because they grow in such a different. At least in my style, they grow vegetatively straight up, and then I throw them into flower and I crank them over to their side and I pop and snap all the branches and they're laying different angles. So like a lot of those leaves, if it were to grow that way all the time, those leaves may or may not have been there. They may not have even grown there. So a lot of it's just kind of forming the canopy that I want early on. And then, yeah, these are at day 26 or whatever. And then they were just thick. I actually I'm putting up a video right now on YouTube for the before and after of what I was doing.
So the primary aim is for airflow, to improve the airflow through the canopy. That's really the goal on what you're doing there. It's not with the sole focus of, okay, I'm trying to bump up the terpenes or it's purely for environment management that you're doing it for.
Absolutely.
Fair to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Because otherwise, too, I run into a lot of risk of, like bug pressure, mold pressures. It just seems like if I don't get in there and clean those leaves out before I put the second scrog on, it's a fucking nightmare. So it doesn't go the way I want. And half of them turn yellow and fucking die anyway, all them fan leaves. You hit like week 6 or whatever, you got all these fucking dead leaves hanging in your canopy, and it's like, I should have pulled them bitches off at week 4,
Well,
But that's an indoor technique too. I know that.
No, it is curious because it's different people. I people who saying doing the leaf stripping for an end goal other than environment management. I'm curious as to
there's
what they're hoping to get from it.
Yeah, the swaz is kind of what made all that real popular. The 3 pounds of light guys or whatever, and in that book they wrote. And I don't technically do the full on schwaz like they describe in those techniques because I believe they're literally removing every fucking, like there is not a fucking leaf on the damn thing, so they're done. Where mine, it's more just I'm going in there and I'm pulling the biggest leaves, the big fan leaves. I'm probably removing 50 to 60% of them. It's not a full strip. I mean, it's opening up air movement. I'm looking to get more vapor exchange happening.
When I clean up my outdoor plants, I do it a couple times a season, and I'll take all the big fans off except for like the 3 at the tips of the branches. And that's just, to help get light down into the canopy, give other stuff a chance to grow that might not have otherwise, and to get airflow through everything. If I just let them grow and keep all the fan leaves, they shade each other out, everything. You get way more larf that way. If you strip fan leaves, you also get like longer stacking buds in my experience.
Yeah,
I don't know shit about growing indoor, so.
No, and that's a lot of why I do it. So like when I'm scrogging them, they're, I'm bending them under, they turn up towards the light through the first 3 weeks, and they're probably 2 foot above the bottoms, the first scrog. So, I mean, they're, if not more than that, 2-3 foot. So I'm trying to just lower the amount of weight on them, all that stuff too. So.
Yeah. But at a certain point, especially if you're growing the soil and doing the organic thing, the plants eat those fan leaves. Like if you look out in my garden right now, the stuff that I still have up there, like it's steadily just like, the leaves fade just like they do on the trees outside in the fall. The natural colors come out, and then the leaves just, suck the rest of the moisture and nutrients out of them, and they drop off. So they're kind of, dropping what they don't need on their own at a certain point. So like you can kind of, if you train them right and you prune them correctly, you don't have to leaf strip. But yeah.
Yeah, it's all in technique. It's just in the style I'm doing.
Next year I'm going to try to prune the shit out of everything so I don't have to do as much tedious work.
See, and I don't necessarily resign to the idea that I'm removing solar panels, so to speak, when I'm doing that.
I mean,
I don't necessarily resign.
Every leaf is a solar panel, whether it's a big fan or a little one. Like they're all photosynthesizing sunlight. I don't know.
No, what I was getting at though is they're all photosynthesizing at a rate as fast as they can intake CO2. And if you have a bushy canopy that cannot exchange the vapor through itself, that CO2 depletes really, really fast. So now you have leaves that are on there that are blocking air, that are not photosynthesizing properly. And I think you can actually increase your rate of photosynthesis by removing a portion of those leaves.
Oh yeah, I bet so. Like the plants can only, like depending on how big your pot is, the plant can only support so many tops, right? Like there's a limit of how many good solid colas your plant will produce, given the amount of root mass that it's able to develop and act, and how much nutrients it has access to. Like, you're gonna, at some point there's a limit of how much you can get out of a 10-gallon pot versus a 100-gallon pot or a 1,000-gallon pot. or putting them straight in the ground for that, you know. So
I think what you're trying to say, Smiley, is basically there becomes a point where the leaf stops utilizing photosynthesis. It stops taking it in on the plus side, and it's actually using more photosynthesis to keep that leaf going than it's actually generating for the entire plant. That's what I find. You know, you get them bigger leaves. It's taking more photosynthesis to sustain that leaf than it's actually generating and putting back into the plant.
yeah,
It's
do
the
you
way
want
I
to?
see
Are
it.
you growing big leaves or are you growing buds? Like I've always felt like the big fans, like especially when they just keep growing. Like you know how some strains, if you don't pull a fan leaf off, they just keep growing and getting bigger and bigger. And yeah, man, at a certain point, the plant is wasting energy building that fan leaf that could be going to, you know, new tip growth or whatever.
It only has so much time to grow.
Yeah, I don't
So
know.
what?
I'm still
That's a good
learning,
point.
but it seems like there's definitely a trade-off between, you know, the plant has to be able to breathe. That's the biggest thing, right? If your plants aren't getting airflow through the canopy, whether it's inside or outside, it's not going to be happy and healthy. It's either going to have mold or insects or larvae, or it's going to have something that you don't want going on if it can't breathe properly. So that's either, you know, you prune everything that's not a top or you de-leaf. You know, you got to do something unless you have a super stretchy plant that's not, you know, crowding itself out. But I haven't grown anything that doesn't do that yet. So
And I will say it's been a learned technique over experience. So early on, I did the full on schwas, and that was a negative. That did not improve shit for yield, for nothing. The plants were fucking pissed off. They didn't do dick after that. So I kind of have dialed back, and I have actually done it where I've done real limited leaf strips, and that was big time problems too. So it was kind of, I was just running into issues either way. And this is kind of the medium ground that I've settled on, is certain times I can get in there and really kind of clean things out before
yeah,
other steps, you know. But
then you get this, you know, you see the pictures of the plants and the people are like, I didn't do anything to it. And it's 7 foot tall and it's got all of its fan leaves and it's just this big stretchy Christmas tree that just grew perfect all on its own and didn't have any problems. And you're like, fuck.
oh, I'm so jealous of you, man. Grow outdoor, man. I'd absolutely love to be able to do something like that.
Yeah, I would too, man. Like, no lie. It
That's
takes a
the
lot
idea
of work
with,
to do what I've done this year. Like,
you know, with season 4 of the Operation Grow, that's the idea. There is one plant is being left alone just to do its thing with just basic maintenance on it. So take off, you know, the dead fan leaves and just like low level basic maintenance. And then the other 3 are having, one's being leaf stripped, one's being just, the stems are just being popped all the way up, and the other one is being super cropped. And then to compare those 3 to the control one and see, does the control produce the same as all the other 3? I mean, does doing any of these techniques make any difference? And if they don't, then you go, well, you can save a hell of a lot of time if you just leave them alone. They still produce the same quantity at the end of the day, the same quality, but you don't have to spend all these hours and hours in the grow room doing all this extra maintenance that doesn't potentially have a benefit. It might be confirmation bias that it does have a benefit. You know, we're trying to see things because we did it, we see the benefit. This is just trying to put some actual empirical data behind it and say, yes, it made a difference. No, it didn't make a difference. And it's the same cut being grown in the same conditions. So same grow medium, same fertigation, same environment, same light, everything is the same. So it's not a case of, oh, it's different seeds produced because each seed's a different genotype. You know, it's not that there's different phenotypic expressions coming through from the different genotypes. It's the same genotype on all 4 plants. So looking forward to seeing if that becomes, because I'd be keen to see if it does actually make a difference.
I lay money it will.
Yeah.
I don't know though. In veg, it can be a detriment in veg too. You start plucking too many leaves, so it's definitely not a. I don't think it's a hard fast rule. I mean, I think that you got to know the genetic. You got to know kind of your girl you're working with, where you're at.
I was on board, and I was on
time.
board till you took it to veg, Smiley. I was on board till you took it to veg. I love to de-leaf heavy, defoliate, whichever one you. I know there's some technical people out there that like to make sure you hear that correctly, but yeah, I like to go heavy in veg. I find that it promotes heavier branching. Like this girl right here. And I want to show this anyway because I wanted to go over this with you about your flower de-leafing. Because I believe that, when that first round anyway, I believe location and size makes all the difference on how you de-leaf that first round. That you can't just go in there and just popping shit off from anywhere. I believe, where you're taking it from has makes a big difference. Kind of like you said, judgmental or not.
I'm gonna try something new next year. I watched this documentary. It was either on growing mangoes or
this gal right here. Camera's over here. This girl right here is a product of fucking heavy de-leafing from seed. And even at that, damn, the camera's over here. Even at that
one off as well.
when I'm de-leafing in flower, that first round, these are the spots right there where you can see that, where the stem coming off and there's a branch right there taking off. See that? Them are the areas that I concentrate on first. You like that little slur? Them are the ones I take off first because I'm no longer worrying about this branch getting longer. You know what I mean? I give two shits about that flower. But if it's more of a site like this, back over here, where let me see that, damn it, where it hasn't developed a branch yet, where you need a cameraman, where it's just barely a site, I'll leave that. That one's gonna stay, no matter, regardless of size. I want that site to generate as much energy.
I think you
possible.
do the same thing I do, man. You leave the fan leaves until the branch can support itself and has its own fan leaves, right?
There's this right here is a product of this right here. This is an earlier phase of heavy de-leafing in flower. You give this a little. In fact, this one actually needs these bigger ones taken off, so the rest of this bottom can, blow up. But
I will say, ideally,
give this some time.
Harder after we convinced Tao he needed to take all the leaves off his little babies. I went into my room. I was like, "Oh fuck! I just told Tao he had to do that. I got to do that." Sorry to.
That's the way I roll, though. I mean, I de-leaf that heavy all the time, and this, that right there is a product of what I get without topping. I can get little bushes like that with all that side branching without ever touching that top.
That's how we do.
That's just my opinion on de-leafing and veg. I do. I'm a firm believer to pop all them bigger ones, more so in veg for two reasons. You're encouraging growth in them sites to, really take off, and it's an IPM, Where are you going to find your problems? In the bigger leaves. That's where all your critters are going to be hiding, and all the bigger stuff. So why leave that shit behind? Get rid of it as soon as you can and leave room for new growth to push that constant new growth. I don't know. It's always worked well for me. But again, that's just my opinion and my method. Just throwing that out there for conversation's sake.
I do think it slows them down. In veg, especially in that size, when you start removing those big fan leaves, I think they're just leaning so heavily on that it does encourage and train the plant, and you do get different growth patterns out of them. But I do think it slows it down though too. So
momentarily
yeah,
until that you get that spurt.
because I'll use that as
Yeah.
a way to slow them down. Say I have a real tall one in this, and I'm trying to line up the rows and make this canopy. So I try to get them as even as I can throughout the different genetics. But if I have a few of them that are really stretchy, so I'm going to de-leaf those a little harder so that I can let the other ones kind of catch up. Is exactly how I use that technique in veg. So it does make them push like a motherfucker though.
I can show you like another phase of that. This is another on top plant right here. Never been topped. Huh?
How old's that plant?
Oh, this may be like 45 days. So, and that's just, that's ready for flower. That's just she's waiting for her spot now. She's waiting for my lazy ass. No.
I just took video of mine. I'll show it. I'll just log in and show it. Or it's on my YouTube channel if you guys want to.
Guys, I'm going to have to bail. I've got the other day job calling, so I'm going to jump off. Thanks for the inspiring morning chat, as always. Everybody stay safe.
Good day, man.
Stay blazed. Catch you later.
Thank you, Pete.
Good one, man.
Thanks, Pete.
Operation Grows Saturday, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Or 9
That's all you're getting from me. You can plug the rest of them.
9 p.m. in the UK, 4 p.m. in New York, 2 p.m. in Denver, 1 p.m. in LA, 7:30 a.m. on Sunday morning in Australia somewhere. And then there's South Africa and other countries too. But hey.
Thank you for the invitation, by the way, Pete.
Oh, no, absolutely. Feel free to jump in whenever, man. Have a blessed day, everyone. Catch you later.
He's a funny cat.
He is a real
funny cat.
Yeah, he's a good time.
That's a good-looking girl.
But that's how they get. You can see all the branching coming up, and it's almost kind of shaping that ball. But that's my goal in veg, is to try to get as many of those tops to be even as I can. So a lot of my technique is earlier in veg, I'm taking those top fan leaves off to encourage the lower branching to come. So that's kind of how that ends up with. Anyway.
She's pretty too. Well trained.
Yeah. They get a little snooty on some of it if you, like I say, if you go too hard with them. But I don't know. It's like once you run them a few times, you kind of see how they fill in, and then it's like you can even start picking out branches before they're really branches. So I can start encouraging some of the branches that are, I guess, tertiary or on the inside. They're a branch growing off a branch, I guess, or whatever. But I can start encouraging those ones that I want to come up and fill in the canopy throughout the veg cycle. But at a certain point, I'll clean up the bottom just to make sure they're off the soil top there. But it's pretty much how they bush out.
Girls are ready to throw down.
Yeah, she's still got a little bit yet too. So yeah,
it's like I should have been playing some music for that. Some like club music. That was some sexy gals.
They won't let me show the video. I don't know how to do a video through the screen share.
Oh, we should. You should be able to play a video.
We got Dab Song coming up in like 7 minutes. So
try it now.
you'll have to do.
Or did I just shut it down? Ah,
No. I think I can do it. Trying to see which video it is though. I can't tell which one it's gonna be or how it's gonna.
what's up, boo? Chicha bee.
No, it says error, unsupported. So, yeah.
Channel is not responsible for any videos popping up on Smiley's Garden Salt.
No, there's none of that shit on my phone, bro. None of that. Yeah, I don't know if I can show them. The videos it won't let me show. So I can only do pictures, but those are getting moved over. And they'll have 3 more 4 flowers, so they'll bush out pretty nice too. But they weren't even cleaned up. That's kind of how messy they'll let them get. And then I do it about every 3 weeks. So like basically as I'm moving them, it's easy to spin them around and trim up the bottoms as I'm moving them into the next row and positioning them. So that's kind of this when and how I do it if I need to get easy access to them.
Look happy, man.
Yeah. They're going under a LED though, the 600 B spec or whatever from HLG. The last ones that I moved under there, they weren't too happy right away. I had to dial that way back.
And you forgot the deer penis.
No. That's the secret stuff. You don't.
I was already in the room.
It's the first rule of deer penis is you don't talk about deer penis. Remember?
So Smiley, have you had a crop yet where you've transferred your girls over from LED to LAD?
Just this first round. So, well, I can. So this round was from a few days ago before I scrogged them, but those just went in from under the B spec.
So this is why I asked. I was wondering if you actually noticed like a little bit quicker response time. They started flowering a little bit quicker.
To LAD.
I haven't had a chance to notice yet. So, and then so this is after I crack them under the scrog. So that was that last picture. I had just moved them in, and then I'll pop and snap them. So they're probably 2.5 to 3 foot shorter than what they were. Probably 2 foot anyway. Most of them.
Pictures like that make me hate my tents. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah. Well, you can see. I mean, I can walk down either side of I can get all the way around that. I just can't get in between the scrogs, I guess.
Mhm.
But I can go on either side of them. So it gets a little tough to get in between there, but it's not too
You
bad.
just work one half at a time.
What's that?
I said you work one half at a time, one side at a time. So, I mean, at least you have that option.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks great, man.
But yeah, so I did the whole video's up on my YouTube channel too. If you guys wanna, whatever, see it all.
You guys better be following Smiley. That's what he's saying. No, I'm just kidding. You should be though.
I don't really do
it.
There's no other purpose other than for curious people that want to see. I guess I don't know. I mean, it's just whatever. Like I get it. We get on here and we talk about plants and biology and all this shit, and it's like, well, that's kind of your street cred, isn't it? Like, I don't know. I mean, what does the dude really do all day, right? Like, so that's the absolute only reason I put it up on YouTube. But
Business card.
maybe, I don't know.
I appreciate it.
Oh, go ahead, Eagle.
I was just gonna say I appreciate it. You're right. You know, as you talk about what you're doing, it's nice that there's a source where you can go back and follow up and see, exactly the steps you're taking, what you're talking about. It's a good backup. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, 707.
So I saw this documentary a while back about, it was either growing mangoes or papayas. I can't remember, like on a commercial scale. And these younger people had figured out that if they prune the trees and to where the canopy is in a donut shape with a hole in the middle, that they get better quality fruit and higher yields, and it's easier to maintain the canopy and do pest management and all this other stuff. And I'm thinking I might try that next year for my outdoor. Grow big donut trees.
Sorry, it's going digital, but
So
you can see this yellow. That's all I wanted to show there. So this is that
is
row.
this the new veg light?
This is that row and veg under the B spec. So you can see the what I was talking about with the yellowing. So this is before it went into the row that I just showed under the scrog. These are the same plants. They're in there. But this is what I was talking about with it yellowing under the...
It's kind of weird how it looks like the plants are shorter underneath the light.
And you can see how the top leaves are yellower. They're not quite as green. And then the stalk, I guess, is Jack Greenstock wants it, But yeah, the main stalk starts to get purple striping on it. And I wouldn't typically have that issue. This row was under 1,000-watt metal halide, the Hortilux Blue or whatever, the real fancy one. But I wouldn't have that kind of an issue even going from the 600-watt to the 1,000-watt. And now, like, these ones went from a 600-watt metal halide Hortilux Blue to
ding, 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 ding,
to the 600, B spec, and that was the response. I really had to dial the light back, which is nice. They do have a dial right on there. It's pretty nice and easy to do. But yeah, I mean, it was like, that's the reaction I think that was brought up in certain, in some of the discussions, is the plant reaction that way. Because even if they don't fully, that one in the middle reacted the worst, but I think it was directly under it too. But, that's kind of the topic of discussion there for the reaction to LEDs that has been brought up. Joshua Steensling kind of posted about it, and it's something I've been kind of chatting with a few guys about too, just trying to get my head around that, because I do think it does hurt yield. So that's been my experience with it, especially if it gets to the point where that is full on like red, full through and through. The buds come out really decent and frosty, but they definitely do not fill out the way they usually would. If you can keep that main stalk green, or in a happy, healthy area where it's going to stay green and healthy. So I do think it's affecting the plant, even though like Joshua Steensland was talking that it doesn't. He doesn't think it's affected plant health at all. He thinks it's just an anthocyanin response, which could be the case too. It could be something totally different too. You know what I mean?
Have you had a plant tissue sample done?
No, that's something I got to get into the realm of testing and stuff. I just recently got a soil test done. And it was pretty eye-opening, I'll say that. So that was some of the best money I've ever spent, dude, for sure.
Jack's Fertilizers does a cannabis tissue test for nutrient content.
Yeah, and that's the part of the deal, I think, is where it could really get high level, because then you could accurately, like even a plant sap analysis, you can accurately tell some sort of an imbalance in nutrition 3 weeks before you would see it visually in the plant, so you can take and make a foliar correction and actually check the next day and see that your foliar spray did exactly what you wanted it to. So some of that testing technology, capabilities that would be there would be fucking unbelievable.
I mean, I wouldn't call it expensive at $40 a pop, but it's not cheap either. Like I would have loved to tested my stuff earlier in the season. I'm hoping that I can do a soil test after the run's done this year, just to see where my stuff's at
You
for
should.
re-amending next year or whatever I'm gonna do. I haven't quite decided. I'm probably just gonna reuse those pots and charge them up and replant a cover crop and use them again. Like I think I can, if I space them out more, I'll get a better yield, and more uniform yield. Thanks,
What
dude.
happened to Tim?
So,
He's gone, man.
Oh,
Popped
did he
in,
gone?
he's gone.
oh man,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I said what's up to him, but
Yeah, sorry, Tim. I'm laughing at Rumboy and Chad. He's mad at HLG. Yeah, I kind of wish I would have got bar lights. Honestly, I do like the. I don't know. I like the way the plants respond underneath the bars way better than they do under the boards. So, and I do have a 550R spec. I know it's a little underpowered from the 680 ROI, but just I don't know. Just seeing the plants side by side under them, to me, I think the bar is way more.
I've been
impressive.
looking at the Photon Tech light from my grow this winter. It's a bar light. It looks pretty sick.
Yeah, there's a lot of new ones popping up and shit's changing.
It's got a really similar spectrum to the Alias LED, the new ones that John Fellow's running in his grow. I don't know if you follow his stuff or not, but they're pretty similar to those lights. Has the programming, the programmable dimmer. I can't talk. I'm getting tired. The programmable dimmer controller that you can, daisy chain a whole bunch of different lights to and set it up to where the lights will dim based on temperature in the room, or set, they start out dim and get brighter as the day goes and then get dimmer, and do all kinds of stuff like simulate cloud cover and just,
Yeah, you can run different simulation lighting too, I think. So
yeah, like it's all kinds of
cool
crazy
ideas
stuff.
behind that though, Sangrown, where like the whole idea of terroir, right? Like you could say Durban poison, you could actually mimic the light schedule of what's happening in South Africa, right? Like they could
See, I've actually been thinking about that. Like I'm trying to, or at least I'm in the beginning stages of seeing if I can figure out some way to replicate the airflow around here. Like I have this idea that, trees and plants are, about the same as coral is on the reef. Like part of what makes the coral do its thing is the way that the water does the surge, and part of the thing that makes our trees and plants do their thing is the air does the surge. And I don't know if there's a controller out there that I can get, and I don't know if there's DC power PWM fans that I can get that'll do what I'm thinking about. But I think it'd be really awesome to be able to, create a windstorm in your tent for an hour Tuesday, and then during the day the winds kind of cycle and they get stiller at night, and really play with airflow and try to recreate what happens out here in indoor. Like I want to know what it takes to get plants to grow indoor in 100 degrees with 15% humidity. Like what, why can't I do that outside, and it's supposed to be bad to do inside, right? So it's got to have something to do with airflow and high intensity light is all I can think. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Because it's very true, man. Like they say, like I'm bad at this. Like I believe anything below 55% is too low humidity indoor, you know, and it's like, but if you think about it, a lot of these strains are from Afghanistan. I don't think it's fucking 50% humidity in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan's a whole lot closer to what my climate is than, you know, 75 degrees and 50% humidity, or 60 even.
So
Yeah, that ain't,
logic don't make sense either, you know. Like
that's not where a lot of this stuff came from, for sure.
I will say though, they just grow better under that indoors. Like if you can keep it in better humidity, they grow a lot happier.
Like I said, I don't even know if that kind of control for air movement's even possible, like without, you know, chucking the money hose at it, so to speak. Like you can make anything happen, but that doesn't mean that it's a good idea or that you should, or, you know, it's a good place to put your resources.
Right.
But it'd definitely be cool.
When you're just doing beds, right? Or you go in ground? Do the beds go in ground? I mean, is it?
This year my plants definitely didn't make it through the pots because I built a little garden area. I got thick landscaping fabric and then fabric smart pots on top of the landscaping fabric. So nothing's getting through that. Like the one plant I've fully taken down, it had a knob on the bottom of the roots, like where it hit the fabric and wouldn't grow through it anymore. It's kind of crazy.
That would be kind of wild.
I showed Cascadian. Somebody had posted me a link on my Instagram that back in the day they used to use the cannabis roots for medicinal purposes, and they'd make tinctures and extracts from the roots for arthritis and boils and cysts and all kinds of other things. And definitely going to be taking a closer look at that. Because I've never heard anybody talk about doing anything with cannabis roots other than, you know.
Jingle Los does a podcast on them.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah. I forget what her name is, but they definitely talk about the anti-inflammatory properties of boiling down the roots and using them for a salve. And also, I believe it was the Reefer Man. When I did his interview, I described a process where he was also boiling the roots down and using it as a salve.
I would imagine that'd be something you'd want to grab fairly fresh, though, right? Like you wouldn't want those to dry up, because like when you harvest the stalk and if the pot was still moist, I'll see sap pumping out of that stalk for days afterward, you know. So I would imagine that's all good shit coming up out of the roots still, you know.
I mean, I would think that it would, if properly cared for and dried properly, they would retain some value to be used down the road. But yeah, fresh is probably, you know, I don't know. I haven't looked into it more than a cursory glance of the government document that dude linked.
I've seen a couple other documents, old Ayurvedic stuff about cannabis roots too. And with most roots, the constituents of interest are usually still there in the dried product. Rarely are the constituents that you're looking for in a root only in the water portion of the living tissue. So when you take the water away, it should still be there. But I've still got to synthesize a bunch of information. I've got 3 or 4 PDFs that mention cannabis roots and their uses, and I'm trying to get my stuff together, man. But I do have a little bit more information I can share when I get my ducks in a row.
Yeah, I'm sad that I didn't take better care of the big ass root that I pulled off that blueberry plant. I'm hoping that the other plants I grew have equally impressive roots on them because that should be some good medicine.
So, a couple hours into it there, Sungrown 707. How you rating those? How you rating that edible? That magical butter rest coconut oil?
I don't know. I've had
Gummy.
like 10 of them today or something. Like, I ate the hell out of them. I have to eat a couple of them before I can even start doing anything in the morning. I just hurt too
Fair
bad when I
enough.
wake up. Shit, if I wake up at night and I think about it, I'll eat a gummy. Like, yeah.
I was just looking. What the hell did you guys talk about this episode to get 8 thumbs down? What the fuck? Somebody was
You
not
know what?
liking your conversation.
They were
about
fucking
cats. That's
right
what it
out
was.
the gate.
All the conversation about cats.
Yeah, we were 5.
No,
10
no, no. They
Yeah.
were right out the gate. They were
Okay.
within the first hour. I don't know what the
No,
fuck.
I'm not very
Thumbs down.
pretty to look at
Clown
it,
brought
so.
some friends and shit.
Man, some people having a bad day, just wanting to hurt other people's feelings. I don't know what it is.
I think it was. I honestly think it was my happy talk and shit. I've had a good day. Probably, I think that's right about the time I was talking about spending time with the yeah, spending time with my stepmom and shit. They were all like, "Fuck this dude."
Cracker. Fuck that shit.
It was probably Vigo talking shit. They're like, man, fuck this dog grumbling motherfucker.
No, I think
It cracks me
you
up.
can't blame that
when they
dog.
do that, though. Like, I don't know. Don't watch it if you get a thumbs down. I don't know. It just seems so funny to me. It's like the people that gotta like leave negative reviews and shit. Like, I don't know, man. Why do you got the time to do all that shit?
Or you get like a page long post on your Instagram that you're an ass clown and then you don't even read it and delete it.
Yeah. Kevin Hart, I was listening to him talk one time and he was making jokes about a lady that fucking was like pulls up next to him at a light or something and like rolls down the window and her only comment was, "Hey, when are you gonna make a good movie?" He's just like, "I'm sorry, I'm trying." You know, like I'm doing my best. You know, like
I'm new at this.
Yeah, have you seen my new movie? And she's like, "No, I ain't seen that." It's like, "Oh, that's pretty good." It's like, yeah, he's just like
trying out in this motherfucker.
Yeah, he's
That's
like,
funny,
I guarantee
dude.
you'll never see like Michael Jordan leaving like a negative review, like, "Oh my god," you know, like he's like, I don't
You know
know.
what's funny? Funny about that, Smiley, is it don't end there. It don't end there for the person. You would think that it would end right there for the person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whew, got it out of my system. But for 9 times out of 10, it's like, yeah, I got on that fucking site, and it just amps them up and shit as they're telling friends and shit. It's like, dude, drop
Can't you
it.
see who likes and dislikes your videos? Like,
You can't. No.
No, well, no.
no?
Well, I think your thumbs up ones go in your own. So like if I went onto your page, I could see what ones you give a thumbs up to, but I don't think
Yeah.
those are thumbs down ones.
I didn't know as a content creator or not, you had access to that in any way. I've never messed with YouTube that extensively.
Yeah, there's YouTube's videos on how to do it.
We know who you are.
Oh, that's funny shit. What did we lose, Raptor? Where'd he go?
Got my disguise.
Looks good on you, actually, man.
Who are you?
That would have been a good. I'm not one for cutaways, but that would have been a good shot for that cutaway in Tommy Boy, where that girl stands up on the boat when she's yelling at them kids and she yells at them, "I know where you live and I've seen where you sleep."
You need to get a soundboard hooked up, Eagle. Old DJ style, so you can just hit buttons and have sound effects.
Oh no. Nights like tonight, you guys would get nothing done. It'd all be like, boy, I'd be over here just fucking ding, 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 ding.
Super amazing. Like, you have no idea, bro. Like that's kind of my whole thing I want to do in the morning times is get really super baked in the morning, fucking hit buttons to make funny noises and talk shit and listen to music. Like that'd be pretty fucking awesome.
Oh, sounds good. There's got to be an app for that you can download or something.
This is a program called Sirenscape that you can put on a tablet. They use it for Dungeons and Dragons, you know.
That's
All the
cool.
cool kids.
All my buddies. I definitely missed that era. Definitely missed that era. I was a pretty big video game nerd, man. Like, I don't know if that's the term or whatever, but I was into video games big time when I was a kid. Like, like before the Nintendo, which was, it was like not even an arcade, but there was a gas station that was like, looking back now, it's 6 miles away from the house. But we lived out in the country, but they had one video game, man. And I would mow the lawn and do my chores and shit to get my $5 And the first thing I would do is ride down to that store and I'd blow my whole $5 playing this fucking video game they had there. This was the only games we had, man. We didn't have no fucking Nintendo.
You remember what game it was?
It was a shootout game, and I can't think of it. It was a Western Outlaw game. Fucking. It didn't have the gun though. I don't remember the name of it. No. Yeah.
Now believe I can't. There's been a crime committed here. How in the hell did we sneak by 420? I mean, we weren't even like a couple minutes late. We're like 20
I gave you a
minutes
7-minute warning.
Dude, I even said something.
He said ding, 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 and chat went off about it, and I was just watching Smiley talk. Like, I wonder how long. I wonder. It was like
Maybe I was a bit subtle. I don't know. I'm not often
it was,
accused of being subtle about things, but
it was like 24 or 25 after by the time Smiley got done talking about what he was talking about. But I'm too high to remember what it was.
Take the blame. It's my fault. I'm sorry, guys.
I was just listening. I know I was listening to you talk, but
we're on a mission from God.
it was something good. I don't
It's
remember.
440 somewhere though.
Go with that.
Any time's as good as any, isn't it?
Blaze it for 40.
Go. This is all your fault, Sun Drone. This is all your fault.
You took the blame. I did it.
Genetic. What's up with the fucking weed D&D adventure? Like, I'm totally down, man.
I like the medicinal roots rabbit hole you were going down.
I used to play the D&D out when we'd go camping, and we'd be, under the gas light, the propane light on the table in the middle of the woods, and then we'd play D&D to make it all extra creepy. It was fun.
And send me a DM on Instagram, Genetic. I'm totally down to play. We can.
I've been asking.
There's some virtual tabletop stuff. Be really fun.
Kind of game master are you? You don't even respond back to us. Come on.
I'm actually gonna be playing D&D on Halloween.
That's cool.
That sounds perfect.
It's gonna be huge. The most people I'll have been around in 7 months. Fuck, this year's like I'm used to being a hermit, and it's starting to get to me a little bit how long this shit's been going on. Like, yeah.
Hey man. Hermit over here too.
So the roots in my pot, the living soil ones, disappeared pretty quick. I just found that out on the transplant I just did. I pretty much I mean, there was only a couple of them that I had to knock the bigger roots out of the way, but they didn't even sit for a week either. It was like 4 or 5 days after. Yeah, it was 5 days after I cut them that I was transplanting into them, and the stems I could already just boom, pull them almost right up and out. A lot of the little ones were pretty well eaten up already. It was crazy to me. So I was pretty happy to see that, because I think that means the metabolism of that soil's doing pretty well, you know?
Oh yeah, man. As soon as they dried out, they became food for something.
Yep.
Yeah. Of course, how big were those roots?
Not nowhere near your size. I think the stem, yeah, the stem's probably, I don't know, probably the diameter of one of these things. Everybody knows these things, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good, man. Like, shit, that's bigger than any of the plants that I grew before this year. I
Yeah.
had 7-foot tall plants that, you know, didn't have stalks, but that big around. So
Yeah, they're in number 15s, and I did notice the roots were blowing out the side, like the bottom corners of them already. So
I know.
that I was happy to see that, though, because it was right as I was flipping the flowers. So I know at least I'm getting full use of the pot size, you know.
Hell yeah. Like, I don't know what specifically put out the big roots on mine. Like, the bioharmonic tonic's supposed to help promote big root growth. And then I used a mycorrhizal product for giant pumpkins, and that might have done something too. Like,
They were seed.
I've never seen roots like I saw this year. That shit is nuts.
That's cool.
They were seed plants too, though, weren't they?
Yeah, I've always grown seed plants, but yeah.
I've heard that is a huge difference, man, like between seeded plant, you know, one pop from a seed grown outdoor versus a
I
clone
mean,
outdoor.
as far as I know, everybody that's growing big plants is growing from seed. Like, you can get a good sized clone, but you're not gonna get a big ass plant. Like, there's something about that, you know. One, it's got that the taproot that'll go down, you know, 3 to 5 feet or something like that. Like, mine stopped at 18 inches because that's how much soil was in my pot. But yeah, if I hadn't had, if they could have, they would have went down at least another foot or so, I bet. And yeah, when they plant them in the ground and they have that taproot that just goes down, man, they get big.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. I think a lot of guys miss outdoor, but I can't really speak because I don't have experience. But just a lot of I guess my thoughts on it, and talking with some of the friends that kind of hit these limits, like they no matter what technique they're doing or what style, they can't seem to break this like 5 pound limit. You know, like that's the biggest plants they're growing, and that's the biggest they're getting them. And I was kind of thinking that they were hitting a compaction layer with their roots in the, you know, roots
Possibly.
were going so far down, and it was basically like a pot size, right? Like they basically limited the size the root ball could get.
So like Mark over at Green Shock Farms, I don't know if you watch Mendo Dope Boys videos or follow how much you follow those. They dug out what 3-meter squares, you know, 6 foot deep.
Yeah.
For each plant, they dug a pit that size and then supercharged that soil and fluffed it all up and then built mounds on top of that. So each one of those plants that they have is got a huge bed of just, you know, amazing everything. And they've, you know, set it up to where the roots are going to get as big as they want to. And I'm pretty confident in saying that your plant will only get as big as your roots will allow it to. So
Yield
like,
too.
you know, I mean, that's not really that big of an issue indoor because you're shortening the season up so much, you know what I mean? Manipulating the photo period or whatever. But yeah, when you're only going to get so much out of a 65-gallon pot, you're only going to get so much out of whatever space your roots have to grow in. And that's like 1,000-gallon pot, you're going to get a way bigger yield than you will out of a 100-gallon pot.
Speaking in soil, not necessarily hydro can do different stuff.
Yeah, that's a whole. You're still going to be limited on roots and their ability to uptake nutrients. Like that's what it is. You know what I mean? So you can only make your hydroponic feed or whatever so concentrated, or you're going to burn your plants, right? So yeah.
Yeah, you just hit them more times a day, but dudes, man, I've been seeing some crazy shit coming out of like fucking solo cups and all that. You can definitely do some crazy shit. I mean, they're pretty much running them straight hydro at that point when you're watering that much throughout a day, like 9, 10, 11, 12 times. It's straight.
Like everything else, you know, people are gonna bend the rules a little bit, but
yeah, they grow.
If you want giant ass plants, they gotta be able to stretch out them roots. Like, yeah,
I agree totally.
I wish I had to use 65-gallon pots, to be honest. Having 12-foot tall plants is a pain in the ass.
What are you gonna do for next year? What's your plan then to change?
I'm literally gonna prune the fuck out of them and try to keep them shorter. And I'm really, like I said earlier, I think I'm gonna try the donut shape to the canopy, to where it's like there is no middle of the plant, so it'll be like a circle hedge of tops is what I envision, you know, high enough up to where I can still reach them and work on them and take care of them. Like when they got, you know, passed up here, even standing up on a step stool or something, you know, I can't really work on the plants that well, especially once there's a trellis above them and shit. Like, I didn't expect them to get that big, to be honest with you. I surprised myself. But yeah, I don't know. It kind of makes sense. Like,
have you thought about laying out the stretch?
I mean, that's kind of what it'll be doing, you know. What do they call it? I don't think I'll go quite so far as to mainline them necessarily, but something along those lines.
You could just scrog the stretch out.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like,
use, like hog fencing. It's usually like I think it's like a 3-inch by 4-inch square, but they come in big panels.
So I'm thinking wrapping my pots with the 6-foot tall cattle fence, you know, making a cage around them on the outside, but then on the inside, probably about, you know, enough for a 2-gallon pot to fit in it, but much smaller than what my cages are this year, and have them go up to about, you know, chest high, and keep the base of the plant within that, and then stretch out from there.
You put what I was thinking was a hog panel this way.
Yeah, like on top of everything.
Right, do your 2 rings and then put a hog panel on top.
Yeah.
Fix them somewhere, but then push the stretch out to the edges of the hog panel to keep it.
But it'll probably end up just being trellis all the way down the row.
Let's do like Indra and
if they don't have anything in the middle, there won't be a whole lot of reason to have, you know, something just on the middle. So
Sun grown, do it like Indra and just fucking rip them branches right in half and let it grow flat out. 25 foot wide.
Yeah. like I still want big plants just because they're awesome, but I want to try to find a bit of a middle ground next year. I don't know. They need to be a little more manageable for me. Like at the end of the day, that's all I'm really thinking. Like focus trying to grow as many kick-ass tops as I can
Yeah.
and
No,
be
that's
able to
true.
work on them a little easier.
Yep.
I hadn't grown big plants. You know what I mean? Like I'd grown some decent sized plants, but I hadn't grown big plants before this year. You know, learning and doing are two different things, right? So
Sure.
yeah, I learned a lot doing it this year. So
Yep.
yeah, it's been
Well,
fucking
guys, it's
amazing though.
fucking 5 here, and I'm ready for bed, so I'm gonna check out. But it was cool hanging, talking with you guys. Appreciate it.
It's good, man.
Cascadian, Sun-Grown, Raptor,
Hey, man.
Sun Eagle.
About that time for me too.
Thank you, Smiley, for popping in. Always slinking goes.
Yeah.
It's about that time. I always like that first one. They usually pull the plug just like a drain.
I was just typing in chat that I was gonna be tapping out soon. I was like, I might stick around for a dab song, but yeah, I felt pretty drained myself. But yeah, thank you so much, Eagle. Been an awesome time. Such a gracious host. Just basically let everyone talk and enjoy each other's time. Yeah, thanks again, man. Yeah, I'll just sign off real quick. Raptor Grow, you can find me on Instagram and hanging out with Humidor and the Flavors Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. And Eagle, we're seriously trying to talk with Humidor about working with a schedule so we can all just like flow together. So yeah, looking forward to working with that. Hope everyone has a great day or night. Have a good one.
Thank you, Rafter. Have a great night. Good morning. However you
Yeah,
want to
good
look
night,
at
good
it. I don't know your
morning.
schedule.
Hello. We're talking to the whole world. So I think it's just all good morning, hello, good night, good evening, good afternoon. It's all the same, just like how it's always 420 somewhere. And if anything, it's 420 in 2 places somewhere. So you should smoke it the fuck up twice. So yeah, I'll end with that.
That was
A good
awesome.
one, brother.
Yeah, man.
I'll go ahead and bow out myself. I'm Sungrown 707. You can find me on Instagram. I got to grow a diary over there. Thanks for letting me hang out again, man. It's been a pleasure.
Hell yeah.
Enjoy
My
that dab
pleasure.
rig. Don't hurt yourself.
Nice to see
It's
you,
going to
man.
be a showstopper.
Way too high, guys. I gotta turn off the cameras. I don't think we're gonna see that one, but I hope I'm there if we do. Looking forward to seeing you get Pat on here. That should be a good show for sure. Green bicycles. Tuesday. Awesome, man. Awesome.
11:30.
Put that up on Instagram and I'll share it.
Please do. I
Thank
appreciate
y'all.
that. Greatly appreciate that.
See you again next time.
All right,
Have a
man.
good one, man.
I'll leave you be, Eagle, once you wrap around up, man.
Thank you, man. I
You're
appreciate you popping in, man.
Yeah, sorry I was a little quiet. I got pretty ripped today, so I just enjoying the show. But
Hey, man.
thanks for having me, man.
I'm not gonna complain about you enjoying the plant and being quiet.
I'm sure I'll see you again soon. Probably tomorrow? I think.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Actually, Mondays are gonna be. I should just say, since you brought it up, Mondays. I guess I'm going from this point on because I guess Raptor. I've been talking about this for a really long time. But since I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, when my first Monday that blanked out, that I was gonna adjust my schedule. So Mondays now, the late sessions on Mondays. So they usually start at 11. I'm not gonna dictate their time schedule, but I'm not gonna wait forever. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna come on at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm at least gonna I'm gonna at least hold off till at least 12:30. That's a good solid hour and a half, and then I'll probably pop on 12:30, 1 o'clock, somewhere in that time span. But nonetheless, I want to give a good portion of their content, free that up for the community. So
You said that was the late session?
Yep, Michigan Bros Grow Show there.
Oh,
Late
right.
with Skillbo and Red.
Cool, man.
And then so Mondays I think are going to be, because of that content, rather than schedule a guest and expect them to come on even later. I think Mondays are just going to be rabbit hole. Mondays are going to be rabbit hole days to work around that, because they're the only one that really falls into my time slot.
Yeah, man.
And
That's
friends. So might as well try to work around it a little bit too. So tomorrow, rabbit hole, 12:30. You're more than welcome.
Yeah, I'll see you there, man. I'll go check out their show and then pop over here when you pop on. See how you're doing.
Tell me you'll say it. Tell me you'll say it.
I'm sure a couple of them will recognize me in chat. I'm familiar with a few of them.
Wouldn't hurt if you tell me you'll say it, though.
I'll let them know. We'll see how many other people let them know.
All right, man. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, man. I'm going to head on out. Cascading Brown on IG. And I'll see you tomorrow night.
And good night, man. Good morning. That leaves just me. Time for the shout outs. The shout outs. I guess I'll put my doobie down. Put my doober down now and do some shout outs. Which I guess will walk me to real close to 420. And then I will dab my way out. Yes. Yes, that is the plan. It is the plan. All right. Find some music to babble to. Excuse me. What's up, Ollie Noble? Ollie. I gotta work on that tongue roll a little bit. Ollie. Don't mean to keep repeating it either. I'm an idiot. Keep that in mind. I can be an idiot. Yeah, why not? Hope you guys enjoyed tonight's rabbit hole. Keep in mind, tomorrow's show will be a little bit late for the reason that I had stated earlier. Check out Red and Skillbo, 11 o'clock. Boca King, Rise, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Spiky Pilots, Matt Steelbread, Endo 11, Stephanie V, Shark Pulley 989, Von Braun, Sovereign Garden, Stoner Nation 420, Bugs 1, Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Fuel House Farms, Jay Myers, Jamid, the Chat, Mr. Manny D, Bag C, Dr. TGC, Jeff, Shredder 911, Dutch Grows 420, Scallywag 420, Abolish Farms, and Mrs. C, Evolve 420, Skillbo 1, The Canny Kate, Medgrower 1, Empire Breeding Co., Frioli, Lost Leaf, Pedro, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, Breeder Steve, 8 Bear 7, Allah Noble, CK Tom Trinidad, Dog 16, Jamid, one more time, Lonely Jester, Smoking in a Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, White Feather Grows, Rafter Grows was in the house tonight. Automation is Freedom, Rob and Robert Hazelton. Door Michigan Quarry, Double Tap, Bob Groves. Mr. Green Thumb 420, 808, Rooting Prospects. Cannon Bus Driver, Hayton Life, Kenny 710. Operation Grow, Pete was in the house tonight. Thank you, Pete, for joining in. T-Ben, TM 42696. Rude Nuts 619. Dr. Scrambles, VP Moonrocks, GH Def, Double J, Stealth Grower 56, Bio Greens, Hanky Stanky 420 OG KP, Georgia Joe, The Ganja Nana, Your Mama, Roy Rodriguez, Jim Seagulls, Bob Groves, Nature's Best Nuts, GR 420 Community Video, GML. You have those numbers. You can pop in anytime you feel like on one of these rabbit holes. Appreciate you, brother. Lone Soner, Bee Growing, Killer Bee Grows, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Ooh, Soil Life 420, Bully Life, The Jeff Rowe 420, Dr. Franklin Booty, Beavis 698, God damn, I baked the Riffin' Fat Boy, Ted Nugent's Test, Jack Greenstock, and Growing, and the Growing with My Fellow Home Growers. Hopefully you caught that last night. Of course, that is Jack. Tao. That is the American one. Don't forget that. Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, Dr. MJ Coco, P, Predictive Breeding. Who else? Aaron the Grower. And I hope I got everybody over there. Oh, Spartan Girl. How the fuck did I miss Spartan? 420, Spartan Grown, Boom Farms, Smiley's Gardens was in the house tonight. Always a pleasure. If you're not following his channel, I did drop his channel in the chat. He's got an update. Please check that out. Smiley's Gardens on YouTube. Check it out. If you're interested in some more in-depth information on some of the stuff he's talking about, you should check that out. Smiley's Gardens. Who else we got here? Charlie's Farm 420, Aldridge 25, JD's, Misty's Nugs, Smoke and Grow Fraser, Growkowski, Twisted Roots, Weed Church, Frequency Fridays, Do You Even Grow? Check out Twisted Roots, Instagram, YouTube, Michigan Gonza Misfits, Baited Farm 420, Jeff Dorowski, Genetic Memory Farms, Evolve 420, one more time, Cameron Bagseed, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Grower, Ginger Snaps, I Kill, TD, DT, TWE, Groze, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Denver, Sergeant Pepper 420, Cannon Trooper Sequence 3, Blind Cat 420, light it up again, Tim. I don't know what happened with you, Tim. Hopefully everything's okay. I always dig it when you jump in, by the way. UKSIF 420, Buddha Boy, Devin Shipwreck, Medical MJ, Budsville, USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Tara Wilson, Dankman 420, Dankman Dan, Red Setter Farms, Good Life, Bill Sid, Joni Bell, Chicha B, Most Hated Grower, the Major General 420 Army, the American one. Thank you for popping in, Tal. Thank you very much, my friend. I always enjoy chatting with you. W Digger 714, Serate's Kineos Genetics, Mountain Skies, ready to hit that hot fire. Chris Mertz, you were missed tonight. Even Seldom Seen, John Smith, Oak Park Gardens, Hal 9782, Skunky Packs, Martial Artist 2012, Micro Slave Hefner, Robert, Mr. Green Fingers, fucking Thomas. I'm sorry. Shouldn't have thrown the fucking out there. Mr. Green Fingers Thomas, David, Miss Daniel McDizzle, Medically Fit, Lemon Hoko, KGB, Rancha Costa Plenty, Monkey Balls, Andrew Chaplin, Bobby Lynn Means, Mr. Mac, Bill S., Trench Digger, Weed Piece, Tonya Like Bologna, Tater Delicious, Minty, Hair and Fire Genetics, Minty. Anytime you're ready to do an episode, brother, let me know, Minty. Who else we got here? Earth Creeper, Billy Ray 420, Tommy Trichomes, Teeny Weeny 101, Buds and Hazards, Bearded Man Farm 616, Mr. Club 14, Mike Bauer, Gnaw Up North, Max Groom and Ruby, Levine Sharp, Timothy Timothy Kinimis. I know I fucked that up. I'm sorry. Neo Thomas. Oh, that's sorry. Neo, Justin Bean, Chronic, 88, Fat Boy, Jennifer Steele, Fat Boy, one more time, Fat Belly, Cannabis 03, Turk Farmer, Shannon Stevens, Carlitos Latinas, Gator County, Mr. Speed, Wolfstein, Fire Soul, Wolfie Wookie, The Goddess Grows, Jim Bob, Rasta Bob. I will be hitting you up, man. That'd be an amazing episode right there. What's up, Rasta Jeff? I'm working my way to your shout out. White Feather Grows, Burn Shrooms, Bob, Jim Bob, Tone Grows Dank, Konya, Nunja, Raw, whatever the hell that is. I'm sorry, I just completely butchered your name. K-Man Grows, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Amelia Jensen, Oz Indica, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, Deez Bag, Strong Star, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Simmons, Sure Bro Goes, Clackamas Coot, DJ Conley, Mish Grown Buds Farm, Aaron the Grower, Yo Boy Roy Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Stinky Colas, Dylan Stein for PFC Farms, Krusty Socks 1975, Mr. Hanky, Sungrown 707. Thank you very much for this rig and your time tonight. C8 Droves, J420, Joey Y, Cascadian Grown. Thank you for popping in, my friend. The knowledge is spreading. Toes McGee, 4 Plants A, Weedworks, Captain Scrog, Skunky Buds, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Terry Lee Live, McGaster Tempe, Annie N, Dank Brownies, D Urge, Green Junior, Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, 11 Smiles 11, Bindu Buds, Micro Rasta Grows, D's House of Dank, Mama's Law 710, Scarecrow 420, Green Thumb Bum, Christina MG 89, Unplugged 705, Medically McCullough, Rick T the Rebel 9207, Fabian Salinas, Dave's Not Here, Tom Spood, Greg Walker, Mendo Dope, T Dog, Dung Beetle, Red Eyed Jedi Grows, Mother Nature's Justin Conway, Jabriz Allah, Run Boy 7426, Justin Gooder, Strong Man, Okie Grower 75, Corey Trevor, Michael Wallace, Mole Vision 420, Cujo, Cat Daddy, Taco, Don Slug, Rick S, In the Bushes 827, Jaden Simmons, Kevin Hahn, World's Last Hope, Pat's Fan 420, Biominter, Dirt Road Dude, Kanashiba, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dab Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone, Queen Genetics, Stabby Tanazi, Fumador, Dirtman Dan, Keith of Black Sales, Mr. Bacillus, Zen Premium Gardens, Rasta Bob, Rasta Jeff rounds out the EO crew. Please check them out. Thursdays, 9ish. Hell of a crew they got going over there, dropping some knowledge and a lot of entertainment. Who else we got on this list? We got Spiky Pilot, Soil Root, Small Tubes, Tyler and Tyler Teasy, Nora Michigan Micro, Ouija Buds, Dub T Roy's, Big Jar Grows, JC John, Modern Genetics, Last PPJ, SoCal Weed Nerd, Lexi, Brittany, and Courtney, those are my baby girls, and I love them more than anything. Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar Tree Growers, T1 Productions, Dane Grower, DOA Grown Meds, Miss Nudie Gross, I Gruesome, Johnny Canna Seeds, Nutrient Shootouts, Naughty Nikki, Zolian Slammer, NNY, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation Booth. Them are some true old weed nerds right there. Shout out to y'all. High Spy, Aldridge 25, Miss Madam T cheered me up today. Stu Moo, Mo Grower, shout out to you, Miss Madam T. Stu Moo, Mo Grower, the Canna Crate. the can of Krat. I'm sorry, brother. Loki Grows, Cass 7979, Burton, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws 31, Voodoo Altus, Weed Nerds, the Fresno Weed Nerds, Wolverine Grower, Big Jar Grows, Laid Way Back Farmer, Jimmy One for Life, D Blocks, MMP's Nations Creations, of course, Witchy Weekends with Amarillo Lana, Chicha B, Miss Madam T, Little Witch Tilly, Hepafe Cam, the Stone Daddy Jacob, Lily Luna, Teresa, just to name a few of the great witches that pop in and out of that great show over there. 4 o'clock Sundays on Amarillo Lana's channel, 5-ish for the after parties. Full day of content on YouTube. Psychedelic Warlock, Artist LD, Sir Sticky, Rob, Big Dave 420, Brent Wendell, Big Ed, Manawati, G3, Green Click, J and K, Triple G, Mr. Sprinkly, Brittany Teasley, Hope Farms, Lisa G, John, B2 Crazy for You, BGWG420, Dr. Budsville, Purple Thumb OG. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. Hopefully you are doing well. Arthro, Sensimilia, Misty's Nug, so nice. I always say it twice. Just a Face 420, B Scroll Score 420. Sir How. I did talk to my family there, Sir How. I do have a shitload of Woolers in the family. If you can believe that. Trey Valone, Keep It Real. Hagerton 420, Zeb Zeppler, and I'm an idiot. Audit Everywhere, BT Double D Grows, Bingus, Green Puffin Man, Alex Boykachev, Chef Light, School of Crop, Cause I Love It, Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Reels 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Hagerton 420, Page Farms, Meat All Flour, in chat currently, Ryan Henderson, like 1978, of course, my friend G13, always popping in and always a pleasure, my friend. New Sailbot Wins, Kingdom Aquaponics, that's Leighton Morrison. Thank you for your contributes to this channel and to this community. Gold, my friend. Indra, Michigan native, Mary Jane's Med Garden, Streamer 77 Double D, I believe, is in chat currently. Bad Bunny Nutrients, Chris and Adrian, great folks that running the Bad Bunny over there. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs, Dina Bell. It's from 619 to 664, Spaniard, Kruger, Jones and DeGrow, Papa G Grows, Raz, Amy, Dro Grows, Cass, the Grow From Your Heart podcast with Ross and Jeff, that we have the honor to have in our chant currently. Shout out to you, Ross and Jeff. Please, hopefully you guys have at least inquired about some Ivory genetics, but don't just inquire, jump on it. I hear that shit is fire. Shout out to you, Ross and Jeff, for supplying some great genetics in this community. Lily Luna, Green Med Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Stony Creek Lost Art, Mr. No One, Jones and Grow, Smith Dude, LG420, Giant Mike, Prometheus Soil, Jason Eyestone, P-Win, David Colby, Weedus 207, last but not least. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in tonight. This list only gets more and more fun to do as it grows night after night. Thank you guys for hanging out, smoking along with me and the great people that popped in tonight. Jack Greenstock, let's see if I can put a memory to this. We've been terrible at this lately. We had, of course, Sudden Grown 707. We had Cascadian Grown. We had Jack Greenstock. We had Smiley's Gardens. Oh, I'm starting to feel like an asshole right about now. Who else? We had Tao in the house tonight. Light it up again, Tim. Light up again, Tim was in the house very briefly. G3. Or G3. G13. Sorry, G13. Thank you all for participating, hanging out, letting us in a little bit in your life, hanging out. I know it means a lot to me, these crazy, crazy times that is this COVID. It's odd. I still find it's odd, G13, that you pointed out that the show's been going on exactly as long enough as COVID, which today is 217 days. Hell yeah. And running. It's a pleasure to hang out with you guys night after night. And, well, I just happen to have this beautiful glass piece here that was gifted to me from Sungrown, which was gifted to him by the badass Kazoo Kush, which was donated to him by Kazoo Glass. So hopefully you are following the chain of great folks there, because without them, one by one, and the random acts of kindness and the chain that just went on there, I would not have this great piece that I need to clean. I'll have it clean. I'll get me some Q-tips, guys. But I would not have this amazing piece to take a goodbye dab with you guys. And I'm going to take a goodbye dab with you guys. I think I'm going to smoke grab on with some more of this Fagroli, some of this beautiful Fagroli lime skunk. You guys have an amazing day. Hopefully you can take one more quick dab with me. I know this isn't the dab song, but it's just as good. Some of that shit. I think it needs to be a little bit hotter anyway. I've been going to 20. I think we should be 25. Just to choke my ass out a little bit. Here goes nothing, guys. Cheers. Hell yeah. Thank you guys. Excuse me, I don't mean to cough in the mic like that. You guys are awesome, very awesome. And I appreciate you guys tuning in. Getting to know you guys has been a huge and amazing part of my life, and an amazing new chapter in my life. Thank you all for being a part of it. Can't thank you enough. Please remember in today's journey to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Not just a life, it saves lives in general. And in time, with enough of them, maybe the world. Thank you guys very much. If this is the end of your journey, please get some much needed rest. This is the beginning of your day. Like so many cool people in this chat, go out there and kick some ass. Make it an amazing day. And try to help somebody out during your path. Because it's a fucked up world. We all need some help. You guys have an amazing day. I'll see you tonight after the late sesh, or hopefully after, I don't know. 12:30, 1 o'clock. Expect me to fall in around that time slot tonight. Hopefully it's not too late for you guys, but just trying to make things better for the community. Thank you guys very much. You have an amazing day. Thank you guys very much for watching one last time. I love you guys. See you tomorrow. Free for all. Good night.